Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1 minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of Iowa, it's baseball time in Iowa City. Live from a cloudy but warm Duane Banks Field, it's the series opener between the visiting Ohio State Buckeyes and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Back to conference play today with the Buckeyes in town. Ohio State is in 12th place in the conference with a 5-13 league mark. They are 22-23 overall. The Buckeyes are ultra talented. They got off to a great start this season, but have struggled with consistency in all aspects of the game lately. They are fresh off of a series win over conference foe Illinois, however. Iowa enters in a tie for 6th, 8-6 in the league, 32-11 overall. The Hawkeyes are in the midst of a long homestand as we flip the calendar over to May. Iowa puts their strong home record on the line in the series with Ohio State, a chance to climb up in the conference standings. It's the Buckeyes and Hawkeyes, Ohio State and Iowa, live from Duane Banks with first pitch coming in a bit. Now the Hawkeyes took down Illinois State in the midweek by a score of 7-4. Some highlights from that one. Double-digit home runs. Hits a ground ball to second here. Honar flips it for one on to first. Double play. Here comes the 1-0. He drives this one deep to right. It's crushed. An absolute no-doubter for DeRiggi. Brennan takes him deep to right center. Cade's ready with the 1-2. Moss is set up outside. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with a high pitch out of the zone. Rasmussen couldn't resist, like another round of cookies baked by his mom. Sam Honar on base. He's in the box with a 3-1 count. Drives it to right. This will carry well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sam Honar out to right. Boom. Well, he drives it to deep right. Get up, baby. It is gone. He got a hold of that one. Brennan DeRiggi, a solo shot, bomb to right. The 1-0, Honar drives it into right center, base hit. And that'll bring home another run. There's the insurance we're looking for, 7-4, RBI single. Yeah, the Hawkeyes played clean baseball in the midweek against Illinois State. Only a few free bases and able to shut down the Redbirds and avenge that early season loss to Illinois State over at their place. Iowa improved to 32-11 with that win. All right, we're ready for conference play to start up again. Ohio State in town. Up next, we'll talk with the voice of Ohio State baseball, Matt Andrews, as he joins us to preview the Buckeyes. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? Oh, no way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener with Ohio State. We're joined by Matt Andrews of the Ohio State Radio Network. He is the voice of Ohio State baseball. Matt, thanks for coming on.
John, great to be here. Great to be back in Iowa City. We look forward to this trip, whether it's springtime or winter. We've done both in the last two trips here, but at least we got decent weather this trip.
Iowa City's a good place to be, and you mentioned that the weather should be pretty good this entire weekend, maybe dodge a little bit of rain today, but glad to have you in town, and let's talk about the Buckeyes a bit of a season recap to this point.
Well, first-year head coach Bill Mosiello has had a very mostly down year, but it's been up and down. There's been one series win in the league, and that was last week at home against Illinois. There's been zero stability, whether it's pitching, defense, offense. There's not a ton of new faces. I'd say it's about a third of last year's team returns, but they're trying to mix and match. They dealt with some injuries. They've dealt with some question marks, and certainly when you've got a guy like Isaiah Coupe, who's not been healthy to go mostly this season, it's been a lot of head scratching. The starter for tonight and tomorrow up in the air still. We've got Cade Kern, who has played, but apparently is a little banged up. We'll see if he goes tonight. He's arguably Ohio State's best offensive batter. You look at the top 10 rankings, pitching and hitting, there aren't many Buckeyes in there. It's real. And Bill Mosiello is looking for a lot of answers in year one. I don't think he thought he'd have this kind of competition in the Big Ten, frankly. But he has, and this Buckeye team is in 12th place. That's the bottom line.
What do you credit all that to? Is the coach trying to change a few things, or is this kind of how you expected it to go in year one of a new staff?
No, I think he appreciates the people that return, but I'm not sure that he cares that they're his guys or not his guys. He wants to weed out what he perceives to be a lack of consistency in winning league games. He said that. So Greg Beals recruited well and had a good program here. He was here a while. And I'm not saying this should or shouldn't be his people going forward, but I think Bill's got an idea of the way he wants to recruit. Allegedly, they've got about 15 verbals for next year. So I think we're going to see a very new team next season for a Buckeye team that, with 2 weeks left after this week, going into this evening, has zero leeway in terms of making the top eight in the conference tournament.
You talked about that series win in the conference. You got that last weekend at Illinois. Maybe a little bit of momentum coming into Iowa City.
You think that, and then they go to Wright State and lose Tuesday, and they get a bus and drive here. First of all, they've never bused here, to my knowledge, before. It's usually a flight. They've not done the flights this year. It's another little source of conversation. What's going on? Why are they changing this up? And whatever, the powers that be have decided to do it this way, it's fine. But no, I don't think there's any consistency at all in terms of keeping that momentum. Bill always says your momentum's as good as your next day starter. Well, the Buckeyes haven't had a consistent rotation at all this year. And so that's probably number 1A.
Okay, so let's talk about the pitching then for Ohio State a bit. The staff numbers maybe aren't that great, and you're going to talk about the consistency again, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. You don't have Coupe. Timmerman will go today. A young man like Gavin Bruni, who we thought was starting tomorrow, still might. But they've not had a Sunday starter announced at all this year in league play. So you just have no idea. And a lot of credit to Sean Allen, the pitching coach, for his ability to work the way that this team has pitched Sundays. Because they've won some Sunday games, and they've kind of pieced it all together. So there is a positive there. But you just don't really know who out of the bullpen who's going to be next. Jonah Jenkins was going to get the start today. You've got a guy like Landon Beilich. He's a freshman, who his name is fun to say, but has been pretty consistent. Did get the start last Sunday, but you just don't know what's coming next.
When it comes to those Sunday games, is it a bullpen game? Is that kind of how it goes?
They play midweek games where they throw 8-9 guys. And that mostly happens as well on Saturdays and Sundays. We might see 6 pitchers tonight. That doesn't bode well when you're facing an Iowa team that's as good as they are with pitching and just in general the program that they've got here, and Rick's done a great job.
Talking with Matt Andrews, he's the voice of Ohio State baseball from the Ohio State Radio Network. What kind of team is this offensively for the Buckeyes?
Again, the consistency has been hard to figure out. I like Kern, I like Petterini. Mitchell Oakley is senior in right field. He's a late starter. We're running out of time, but he's been pretty good of late. They've lost Josh McAllister, their starting second baseman, to injury. I like the freshman at shortstop in Henry Kazmar. Cade Kern in center is as good as Ohio State's had in the outfield since Dom Canzone. Trey Lipsy in left field has played some center for the injured Kern, and Lipsy dealt with injury early in the year. So I like the catching spot. Gravelin and Andrews done a good job. Offensively, though, just when you think they're flipping the switch and turning the offensive corner, they'll have a 3-hit night. And again, I don't think they had an extra base hit against Wright State Tuesday. That's Wright State.
Those midweek games, huh? we all struggle with them a little bit, but
that's right. That's right.
we can come to some common ground on that one.
There you go.
A power hitting team, speed team, contact. What do you got?
Their speed is better than last year. Their speed, the power hitting is not there. They lost Zach DeCenzo's 19 home runs last year, and now the leader has 8. They've run more this year, but Mosiello still thinks that number is way too low. I asked him about it a couple weeks ago. I said, when you were introduced as head coach, you talked about wanting to run and be at the top of the league in steals. Where are you on that? He's like, well, we've done more certainly this year than last. And then he referred to his old TCU team.
Oh,
so that was a little of a whoa moment. But, and again, he wasn't the head coach there. This is a first-year head coach. And I like Bill, and I think he's really bright baseball-wise, but I think he's been a little surprised at what has happened this year in the Big Ten for him.
From the Buckeyes' perspective, for them to be successful this weekend, where does it start? What's the biggest key to try to win the series against Iowa?
Pray for rain. Like Penn State split with you all. Look, I think this is a really good Iowa team, but they're going to have somebody step through and get a great start on the mound to get 1, and then to get 2. Again, who knows? Throw up the Hail Mary, but the last 2 times they've come here, it's been an Iowa 2 out of 3 series win, and I think when they arrive, they hope to not get swept. Certainly, winning the series. We'll see how that goes.
Maybe a bit of foreshadowing then, but how do you see this series playing out? Or if Ohio State's going to win it, does it need to be high scoring? Does it need to be, I guess, maybe not a pitcher's duel throughout, but
I'm not sure if the Buckeyes can make it a high scoring when you look at Iowa's pitchers. I think the Hawkeyes probably will win the series, but I'll give the Buckeyes 1 win this weekend. We'll see.
All right, Matt, thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, man. All the best.
Matt Andrews of the Ohio State Radio Network on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks. When we come back, we'll be joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today we're here at Dwayne Banks Field for the series opener with Ohio State, joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good win against Illinois State in the midweek.
Yeah, it was good to get one against them. They've had our number. I think they had won 3 in a row, and it was good to stop that streak and get one going of our own. And really well played baseball game in all facets, through 9 pitchers. I'd say 7 threw really well. Good defense, and on the offensive side, Brendan Derigi had a big game. A 3-run homer in the first after they scored 1. And that was a great answer back, and we scored throughout the game. And Michael Siggers had 3 hits, and just a solid game. And Illinois State battled, and Sam Honar had a great game, had a home run, and then he had a big 2-out knock to get an RBI to give us a little insurance in the 8th inning, which was great. So come out of that feeling pretty good about ourselves.
Felt like played a really clean game. The free bases were pretty low as well.
Yeah, for nine guys on the mound, it was a really solid day. A couple guys were the primary ones who gave up the free bases, and after that, hardly anybody did.
I want to talk about a couple of guys that maybe we haven't as much this year. We'll start with Ben Wilmus. Since you moved him up to the leadoff spot, I think it was the Indiana series, late in the Indiana series. He's done a really nice job to get things going.
Oh, he's done an excellent job. And the games that we've had a lot of success offensively, not just Ben, but just getting leadoff guys on in general. Awesome job in that game against Penn State. Even in game 2, we were getting a lot of leadoff guys on, and that usually leads to runs. You can get leadoff guys on base regardless of how they get there. Walk, hit by pitch, however, hit's great, but just getting on base to get that inning started, you put a lot of pressure on the defense and the pitcher to hold runners and defend the bunt and all those things that we like to do. So, but Ben has done an outstanding job, and I think the swing's really coming along, and he's been in a good place here lately.
Is he taking on a bit of a leadership role since he's come into the starting lineup?
I think Ben leads every day by example. I mean, he shows up, plays hard, has a lot of hop in his step. Great thing about having Ben in the lineup, he's got high energy every day, and that's infectious when you have those guys out there that just play hard. It's just great to have him out there.
What can you say about Cade Moss in his role?
I mean, Cade's primary job, like all catchers, is to make the pitchers feel good, get as many strikes as he can, and be able to control the running game with his throwing. And then anything after that on the offensive side is a bonus. And Cade for the most of the season was really doing a nice job, sitting in that 270 range, and but getting on base and taking doses and big clutch hits here and there. And he's hit a little bit of a slow spot here. He's played a lot, caught a lot of games, and the Penn State series maybe was as good for him to get a game off, and then end up playing. He ended up playing Tuesday night, but he wanted to play, because he didn't get the third game and get some at bats. And I look for Cade to break out with the bat here soon, hopefully tonight, because definitely capable, and we know he will, and we know he can. I know Marty and him were working on some stuff, and I felt like in batting practice his swing looked good today.
Cade's one of those guys that comes from Kirkwood, spent some time up there, and has come down almost like a little bit of a pipeline from up there in Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, tried to with all of our junior colleges, but especially with Kirkwood, with Coach Rima and Pete Lawrenson there, and good relationship and tradition, history with them. Todd was my assistant coach, and Pete was here for a short time as an assistant coach. And the other thing with the two guys you brought up, they're both Johnston kids too, and played for Coach Barta, who does a tremendous job there at Johnston, and just develops winning baseball players. Kids that understand the unselfish side of the game, and they understand what they have to do to help the team on a given day. Maybe they're not having the greatest day, but they always find ways to help you out. So with that being said, they're two really good baseball players.
Talking with the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks today. Okay, Ohio State's in town, another conference series with the Buckeyes this time. What do you see from that?
Well, it's the first time we've played them with the new coaching staff. Coach Mazzello is on board, and all new assistants, and Coach Beals had been there the entire time I'd been at Iowa, and when we seen them down in Round Rock, really what you'd expect from an Ohio State team, a lot of really good athletes, some good arms, and talented kids. And Ohio's a big state with a lot of big cities, and there's a lot of good players in Ohio, and they end up getting a lot of them. And for whatever reason, they got to a really good start. I think they had some issues on the mound, an injury or two, and then when they got back home, after the 4 or 5 weeks that we travel, conference started, and they found themselves losing some games, maybe a little bit of a slump, but then they bounced back last week and took the series against Illinois, who's a very talented team as well. A lot of people picked them in the top three in the league. Definitely a team that, for me, it's like a scary team. You don't know who you're going to get, or you kind of Jekyll and Hyde maybe. Definitely have the arms and the position players to stick it to you. Yeah. So definitely, you know how we do it. We don't take anybody lightly, and we did our preparation. The only little caveat to that is that they've changed the starting pitcher twice on us, so we've had to prepare for two different pitchers. And then this morning we find out that they're changing from Jenkins to Timmerman, and I think it's a situation where they have some sickness going around on their team, and then the left-hander Muns, he got sick, and then Jenkins got sick today. That's what we were told, and then so they're going to Timmerman, and a guy that hasn't really started much for him, but a bullpen guy, threw a couple innings against Illinois on Sunday, but as Marty told the guys, definitely very capable. He's got a good arm, up to 94, good slider, a guy that we're going to really have to do a good job of not chasing his slider. It's a plus pitch, but he don't throw it in the strike zone a lot. Okay. And that's going to be kind of our key. And honestly, it kind of plays into our hands if we're locked in, because that's what we do really well. And I'm hoping that that's what we see, and force him to throw fastballs over the plate and eliminate the slider away, and we'll be in a good place.
Ohio State's kind of fighting for their life a little bit towards the bottom of the conference if they want to make the tournament, and we're in the final month here, so let's keep them down.
Well, and that's the thing that's scary about today is that you could go, anybody can get you, and you can go out and play really well, and if they play play a great game, they can beat you. And that's my point in talking about their talent. Not being cliche or hyping it up. It's very real. I mean, they definitely have the talent to get on a roll and run some games in a row. And we were all hoping that maybe Illinois would take them out. And like you said, you know that we're going to get their best effort because they definitely are fighting for their life, trying to make the tournament like everybody else. And it's an opportunity for us to hopefully separate if we play well, and that's the way it works. That's what we're focused on.
Another go for Brody on the mound tonight. He got the midweek work and ready to rock and roll for Brody.
Yeah, I thought that he went out in the midweek game and threw an inning, and he looked good. He looked in control of himself, pounded the strike zone, and I think that for how last Saturday went for him was good for his confidence. Probably a lot better than just going and throwing a bullpen, getting him back out there on the horse and letting him go. I think will pay its dividends today.
Interesting matchup for him against Ohio State. They draw a lot of walks, but they strike out a lot. What's going to give today?
Well, and that's what Coach McGrath and I were talking about when we were going over scouting report, and very interesting to see that. You don't see that very often. And Kyle Usman wrote about it on Twitter, I saw, and it was this. We talked about it that morning when Sean and I had. But the great thing is if you can pound the zone early, what you see is they will chase late. They won't chase early, but they will chase late. So getting ahead and dominating the count, which is what we obviously are trying to do, even on days when we don't. But if we can do a good job of that this weekend, I think we're going to be in a good place with the stuff that our starters have. They're guys it's tough to lay off of and throw some really tough chase pitches when they do get two strikes. So we're hoping that's a benefit for us today.
All right, Coach, before we let you go, some more keys to victory to start the series off on the right foot against Ohio State.
Really, we've kind of touched on all of them. I mean, you need a good start. A good start definitely helps. I mean, you don't, as we proved in game one against Penn State, you don't always have to have it. I mean, we found a way to get it done. But a good start tonight with where they're at, flipping pitchers and not having like a true Friday guy, kind of similar to what we talked about at Indiana that night when they flipped it. The lefty's the guy they want to throw on Friday night. They're bumping him back because of the illness. So we have to take advantage of tonight, hopefully run through their bullpen, and they're a team that will throw a lot of guys, and they will throw a lot of guys back-to-back days with no problem. They'll get guys in and out, a lot like we do in the midweek games, even on the weekend. So trying to get them to use all their guys that will put them a little bit behind tomorrow and Sunday would be great. And then good defense, and the offense needs to step up tonight and really have a good performance and just no matter what happens on the mound, find a way to outscore them. And then hopefully our bullpen continues to do what we've been doing, and that is being really consistent.
Coach, we didn't talk about it. There's basically no wind today.
Not a lot of wind, and what is blowing out the left field. That's a rarity for us.
We'll take that.
We got to fight the rain, though. It looks like we're kind of on that line of it will it or won't it, so going to hold our breath, and hopefully we get through it.
All right, Coach. Thanks for the time. Let's win the day. Take down the Buckeyes.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks. First pitch with Ohio State coming up in just a minute. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Welcome back to Dwayne Banks Field. We're moments away from first pitch between Ohio State and Iowa, the series opener today. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, getting set for the first matchup between the Buckeyes and the Hawkeyes. John Evans is in the booth with me. All right, John, we had the golf outing this morning. That was a great event for the Hawkeyes.
I've seen you twice in one day now. This is crazy. So
I only charged for one.
We got to the golf outing today. The weather was pretty good out there. Mixed and mingled a little bit with some fans, and had a good turnout there. And we've got a good turnout here. Sun's not out, but temperature's good, and a lot of black and gold in the stands today.
Yeah, there's some rain in the area. We're hoping that it misses, folks. We're hoping that it misses. But these fans, they don't care if it misses or not. They're here, and they're ready to roll for today's Friday matchup with Ohio State. The Buckeyes, weird team.
A lot of talent, a lot of losses. So, trying to kind of find their way completely and see how it works out. And, you just got to be ready. And obviously they had a big change today with a new starting pitcher and caused some angst in the Hawkeye dugout to change plans there. A guy that doesn't go long, and you don't see a lot of bullpen games on Friday, but we might see one similar to that today.
The Hawkeyes were preparing for a left-hander for today, and then found out this morning he'd be seeing a righty. And so we make the changes, we adapt on the run, and we'll see what the Hawkeye offense has against this Ohio State pitcher that we'll see today. All right, starting lineups have been announced. We'll step aside for today's national anthem. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups for you, and then first pitch between Iowa and Ohio State. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
That star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Zach Wagner.
All right, national anthem is complete in Iowa City. The team's returning to their dugouts now to get ready for our matchup. Today, it's Ohio State and Iowa. The Buckeyes 22-23 overall. They're 5-13 in the Big Ten. Head coach of the Buckeyes, Bill Mosiello, in his first season. The starting lineup for Ohio State today, they've got Trey Lipsy out in center. He'll lead things off, followed by Matthew Gravelin in left. Marcus Ernst is their first baseman batting third. Middle of the order, Cole Andrews, Tyler Petterini, and Mitchell Oakley. 7, 8, 9, Nick Irwin, Henry Kazmar, and Caden Kaiser. He's their designated hitter in the 9 spot. For the Hawkeyes, on the flip side of things, 32-11 overall, 18-2 at home. Iowa is 8-6 in the Big Ten, in 6th place as it stands right now, trying to move up that this weekend against Ohio State. Head coach of the Hawkeyes is Rick Heller in his 10th season. Iowa's got Brennan DeRiggi at first, Sam Honar at second, Michael Seegers is the shortstop. At the hot corner at third is Raider Tello today. In the outfield, left to right, Sam Peterson, Kyle Huxdorf, and Ben Wilmus doing the catching behind the plate is Cade Moss, and getting the start, the Friday night guy, Brody Brecht, the sophomore from Ankeny.
Brody's 3-2 on the season. This will be start number 12, appearance number 13, though, after his little midweek inning. 4.26 ERA, 50 2/3 innings pitched, 27 hits, 24 runs. They've all been earned. He's walked 44, but he struck out 77. Opponents hitting just 157 against Brody. Looking to bounce back. He's had a tough month on the mound, but had a good week, good midweek inning. Clean inning, 12 pitches to get through the inning. Going to need to see him stretch that and bring it to the weekend for Iowa to keep on track for what the goals are.
I mean, let's just cut right to the point here. Start with the strikes. They can't hit you, Brody. I mean, that's the bottom line in all reality.
Right. Brody's going to go to whatever math you want to make up. 95% of the starts, and his stuff is going to overwhelm nearly all of the hitters in a given lineup. And so for him, it's about staying locked in, finding the glove, knowing what he wants to do, and then executing it. Get to the plan. Throw strikes with both the fastball and the slider. He seems to be struggling on given days to find both of those for strikes. But as we saw against Indiana, when he does that, then it's 7 innings strong and the pitch count stays down and he's able to get deep in a game. And so that's a team like Ohio State, they walk a lot, they strike out a lot. So strike one is important because they work the counts a long way.
Huge deal. You heard from Coach Heller. He said the later you get into the counts with these Ohio State hitters, the more apt they are to chase pitches that might not be in the strike zone. So Coach McGrath stresses to these guys, get strike one. We'll see how the staff does with that this weekend. We're ready for first pitch right now as Brody Brecht is on the mound. Trey Lipsy is in the box, a left-handed hitter. The first one from Brecht is inside for ball one. We are underway in Iowa City. First pitch at 6:05. Overcast skies in Iowa City this afternoon. Wind is blowing a little bit, and it is going out to left. 1-0 pitch is a slider, called strike, low and in corner. It's 1-1 to Lipsy.
I don't know what you're thinking. This is no wind compared to what we've seen this year.
You're right. This is barely moving the flags out there, and just have not been able to say that this year as the 1-1 is tapped foul in the box. 1-2 now. It is warm. There's some rain in the area. Hopefully it misses. I don't know if it's going to dissipate, but hopefully it just misses.
When I walked in, I asked the people to put the dome up.
Right, yeah.
So I think we should be okay.
Yeah. That's something we joke about with the managers, too. Hey, let's just build a dome. Here's the 1-2 that's sliced foul to the left side towards the Ohio State dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2.
99 mile an hour. And that's exactly what we were just talking about. 99 mile an hour fastball, center. And best he could do was send it screaming out of play to the left.
1-2's a slider, and it hit him. Got him in the foot. So Lipsy is on with the hit by pitch. 6-1 of the season for him.
Second, left fielder number 9,
and if you're Lipsy, that's about the best way to do it. Catch a little short hop off the foot and barely even have to take the brunt of it.
I feel like that would still cause quite a bit of pain if you don't have a guard down there.
Fair enough.
So Brecht has to go to the stretch after one batter. Here's Gravelin, a right-handed hitter, and this one is up and in for a ball. Brecht did not, hasn't had the sharpest starts the last 3 or 4 outings. Looked good in the midweek against Illinois State. A ball and no strikes to Gravelin. Here's a slider for a strike. That's 1-1.
And he was good. He was livable at Minnesota on Friday. But, then all of a sudden when the wheels started to wobble, they just kind of came off. And
1-1 pitch, low and out. It's 2-1.
And the starts since then have been the snowball started building in a bad way earlier, and so just try to see him lock in. He's been around the zone today the whole time, so it's been. He almost slings it into right field there on the throw to first.
Well, like we talked about, it's an interesting matchup with Ohio State, being that they're a high walk but high strikeout. Both can be true type of team. Here's the 2-1. On the outside corner, that's called a strike. Hard fastball there. That's a nice pitch from Brecht. It's 2-2. You got to think that the scout, the game plan for Ohio State, take till you see a strike. So far, they've been doing that. 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. We're just underway in Iowa City. Brecht is ready. Here's the pitch. That's high and out, ball 3. It's a good spot.
Good spot, and, crowd kind of thought so, but he missed up and away, and you now have to come back here on 3-2 and keep the traffic down.
Short lead at first for Lipsy, but he takes off. Here's the pitch. That is high, ball 4. So a couple of free bases to start the game today, and that'll bring up Marcus Ernst, the first baseman, and he'll come into the box, but not before a mound visit from Sean McGrath. Let's look at Ernst here, a .278 hitter. He's a big lefty. Looks like he's tied for the team lead with home runs. He's got 6. He's got 5 doubles as well, near the top when it comes to slugging at .460. You're going to have to watch out for him a bit.
Yeah, generally that's probably true. Brody, very limited, giving up just, 6 extra base hits this year. So not something that happens a whole lot to him, but the key here is he's pitched, at least what we've seen so far, and I know you don't like the result of either at bat, but they have looked different than what we've seen in the last couple starts. I'm not suggesting all of a sudden he's going to rip off 7 innings here, but a little bit different look as he's been around the strike zone, been competitive. Now he's got to finish it off and get it done.
Mainly been Ohio State really not swinging it much except for Lipsy. Here's Ernst, first pitch off the plate outside. Umpires today, Grady Smith is behind the plate. Mark Wagers is down the line at first. Mike Fichter out at second, and Matt Schaufert down the line at third. Ball and no strikes. The pitch from Brecht hit on the ground to the right side. DeRiggi brings it in, bobbled it. It's got no play. He'll throw it to first, actually, and get Ernst out. Not sure if Ernst wasn't hustling down the line or doesn't have a lot of speed, but we do get one out there at first.
Yeah, as he tried to jump switch to make the throw to second, ball just kind of popped out of his hands. Good job there to stay with it, though, and was able to get it to Brody, who was covering first. A nice job from Brody there to hustle over there, beat Ernst down the line.
2 in scoring position for Ohio State with 1 out in the first. The batter is Cole Andrews. He's their catcher, right-handed hitter. Slider for a strike to get things started. Even I gave up on that play on DeRiggi. Shouldn't have done that. He and Brody stuck with it to get that first out. Infield still playing back for Iowa.
I was a little surprised he was going to go to second. Misses outside. The ball just wasn't that hard hit, so I didn't know if he'd have a chance at it anyway. Gate was going to give it a go, and turns out it probably worked out and got the out anyway.
A ball and a strike to Andrews. The pitch from Brecht is outside, ball 2.
And that's the part you start seeing Brody. It's almost, there's a little bit of an overthrow there, and he starts slinging it, and that's when it gets into that left-handed batter's box, and he starts missing wide.
Brecht is ready with the 2-1. It's low and out, ball 3.
And then that's the pitch he hit Lipsy with. So kind of the same idea. He just kind of overthrows it. You heard him talk, I think it was 2 starts ago when he came out and talked about, hitting the guys and opening up in some of the mechanics.
3-1 is swung on and missed. The count is now full. Was able to get that one out on time.
Yeah, good 98-mile-an-hour fastball there. Just, again, he doesn't have to throw 101. 98-99 is good enough.
Big pitch coming here for Brecht. Here's the 3-2. Got him. Swing and a miss. He chased it way out of the zone. Would have been ball 4. Instead, he's out number 2.
And that's, again, you get to 3-2, and if you're close enough, competitive enough, guys are going to want to swing the bat. They don't want to go down. They don't want to go down looking. And so, Brody's got something most of these guys haven't seen either. So.
Ball 1 to Tyler Petterini. He's their second baseman. Missed a few games, and now he's back in the lineup, hitting .310. He's got the best average on the team right in the middle of the order. Left-handed hitter, the 1-0 from Brecht. That's high at the eyes, ball 2.
High strikeout, though, just 7 walks. He wants to swing the bat. Those 2 pitches, though, just aren't in a place where you can even tempt him right now. So just bring it down, get after him.
This one's in the dirt, ball 3. It's a decent pitch, but kind of like the theme that you've been touching on. When the first two are not particularly close, it's hard to get that call there. Brecht out of the windup, the 3-0. Up and in, 4-pitch walk, and Petterini is on.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-0 pitch he probably chases if it's 1-1 or 1-2, but when you haven't shown him a strike, it's really easy to hold off on it. So big batter here, obviously, for any number of reasons, but just like to see Brody get through this and move on.
Another left-handed batter in the box with the bases loaded and 2 outs, top of the first inning. This is Mitchell Oakley, takes a first pitch strike. He's their right fielder.
Again, another super high strikeout guy. Does walk a lot, so he's going to work the count. Got to get ahead here to make him expand the strike zone.
No balls and a strike. The pause and the pitch. Another one in there. 0-2. Good spot from Brecht. He went back to the slider, and now he's definitely got Oakley backed into a corner.
Yeah, you might see the low slider. You might just see now that he's shown him the slider twice. You could see a high fastball maybe up and away a little bit.
He's got the sign from Moss, the 0-2. Tapped foul to the right side, and we'll do it again. What was that one there? It was back to the slider, wasn't it?
Through the slider, low and away. Really good pitch, well located. That's the one, again, he didn't get the 2-0 chase on the previous hitter, but when you're up 0-2 now, he's got to expand the zone and go swing at that.
No balls, 2 strikes and 2 outs with the bases loaded for Ohio State. The pitch from Brecht. Ground ball up the middle. Seegers charging hard. He gloves it, steps on the bag at second for the force out, and that'll do it for the top of the first. It was a stressful first inning, but nothing comes across for Ohio State. Ben Wilmus, Raider Tello, Brennan DeRiggi, they'll be in the box to lead things off for the Hawkeyes in the bottom half of the inning when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Iowa gets out of the jam in the top of the first. Try to get on the board now in the bottom half with Ben Wilmus leading things off, followed by Raider Tello and Brennan DeRiggi. Kyle Huckstorf, Sam Peterson, Sam Honar make up the middle of the order for Iowa today. 7, 8, 9, Michael Seegers, Braden Frazier, he's the DH. Cade Moss in the 9 spot. No Keaton Anthony today for the Hawkeyes. Ohio State, they'll throw out a right-handed pitcher in Josh Timmerman, a junior, 6'4" from Blacklick, Ohio.
He's 2-1 on the season with an 8.15 ERA. This will be start number 6, appearance number 9, 17 2/3 innings, 15 hits, 16 runs. Has had a little bit of control issues with 13 walks. Does have 26 strikeouts, and opponents hitting .227 against him. Fastball's going to run up there in the low 90s. Might even get to 94, 95. Slider, changeup, but really just kind of or slider curveball. Really that 2-pitch guy though. And fastball is something that if the Hawkeyes can look at it, if they can get it located, kind of force him into the zone, be a little bit particular, they could have some success.
Maybe give them a taste of their own medicine, right? Where wait till you see a first pitch strike. Here is Ben Wilmus, and that was a strike, a swing and a miss. Wilmus couldn't quite connect. 94, low and in.
Yeah, that's just a really well located pitch there. So.
The windup working quickly, goes with the slider there, low and out. Wilmus will lay off. It's 1-1. Ben has been, as we've talked about on the broadcast, great in the leadoff spot ever since that Indiana series.
Yeah, Ben's on base percentage .480.
1-1 is up and in. It'll bend Wilmus back, and it's 2-1 now.
And at first you kind of thought, well, limited at-bats, that sort of thing, limited plate appearances, but he's really carried it as he's taken on the starting role.
Pitch from Timmerman, swing and a miss, 2-2.
Probably a strike there. Is it kind of in that upper outside third, but tough pitch for Ben or anybody to catch up with.
Wilmus in the box. The 2-2 is high and out. It'll be a full count now for Ben, and this is where he typically thrives. We see a lot of full counts for Wilmus. He works a lot of those, drives the pitch count up. Hopefully Ben can find a way on.
Yeah, just like we were talking about, high walk, high strikeout guy, because he works deep in the counts and draws the walk.
There you go. We'll take the high walk rate, and Wilmus is on to lead off the bottom of the first. Ohio State wearing gray uniforms with Ohio State in block lettering spelled out in red across the chest, rather scarlet if you want to go by their true colors. They've got the gray baseball pants, scarlet hats out in the field with the gray block O on the front panel. The Hawks in home white uniforms. Hawkeyes spelled out in black across the chest. Iowa's got black ball caps in the field today. Here is Raider Tello hitting up over 300. First pitch to Raider. Driven in the air to right. This will get foul and out of play.
You mentioned the golf outing this morning. As we drove around, we ran into Raiders' dad, and you did the home run call on Raiders' dad hitting a tee shot there on number 12 at Finkbine.
Tello, Raiders' dad might have hit it into the trees, but we'll leave that up to your imagination.
There was an adios to that golf ball, I think.
Yes, yeah, we used the home run call to that as well. Usually when Raider hits that one and forces us into an adios call, it's a good thing. I don't know if the tee shot was that great today. A ball and a strike to Tello. Here's the pitch. He pops this one up into right. Hit well, but right to the right fielder, Oakley. He's got it, one down.
We've talked about him before, but what an outstanding human being he is. Just a lot of fun. Always has a smile on his face, and just it's been good to get to know him and Raiders so far this year.
Great addition to the team and steady hitter, really consistent. Speaking of another addition to the team, here's Brennan Durigge. Durigge in the box, facing a nasty shift from Ohio State's infield. Maybe not as dramatic as we've seen other teams try to pull, but...
No, they actually leave the third baseman on the third base side of the infield. He's basically almost halfway between second and third.
Slider from Timmerman doesn't have enough break. It stays outside to Durigge, 2-0.
Pretty close there. Just had a lot of snap to it, and so might have fooled the umpire just a touch. But and shortstop mostly straight up the middle.
Hitters count for Durigge, the 2-0. Ooh, he took it right down the middle, maybe a bit low. It's 2-1.
Funny though, you look at the center fielder, he actually has Durigge a little bit to the opposite field. He's on the third base side of second base as well. So big gap there in right center to pull one into.
Wilmus with a good lead, and Ohio State thought so too, and so they'll throw over to keep him close. You have any ideas that Wilmus might take off here?
Probably not with, maybe more with Huckstorf. Right now you kind of like having that hole to pull it through. Timmerman is a little slow to the plate, so it's a chance to run on him.
2-1 is fouled back to the screen to the left side, 2-2. Brennan just missed that one, didn't he?
Just that kind of high and outside fastball, or middle of the zone and outside. And Brennan was pretty much on it, just couldn't get the barrel up to the right level.
Durigge's been outstanding the last week or so.
I feel like 2 home runs in a game.
That was solid against Illinois State the other day. Even with the wind blowing out to right, I'm not sure how much he would have needed that wind, right?
Certainly not on the first one.
Couple of checks over at Wilmus at first base. Durigge has 9 home runs.
Now with 2 strikes, you see even a bigger shift. Shortstop flipped all the way over. Third baseman's playing the shortstop position now.
2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. Good discipline there by Brennan to not swing at that one.
Yeah, we talked about it with Wilmus, but Durigge's kind of the same way. A guy that's going to work the count a long ways. And so strikeout numbers are higher than you might like to see, but he also has a lot of walks because he's not afraid to work with 2 strikes, not afraid to work deep into a count.
Full count pitch. There goes Wilmus. This one is outside for ball 4. Gets into shallow center. Wilmus is going to take off for third. The second baseman picks it up. No throw. Good effort by Wilmus.
And that's why you don't throw down on ball 4. And so the catcher must not have, didn't hear a strike call, but didn't want to assume. So he went ahead and tried to throw him out. Ball skips away. That'll be an error. And the Hawks all of a sudden have runners on the corners with just 1 out for Hucksdorf.
Pitch was really close. You surprised at all that DeRiggi didn't get rung up there?
Not really. I mean, it's the ball. Well, again, we haven't seen the strike zone well enough to know exactly what he's calling. But the ball is mostly outside, and fastball had a little bit of move. And I suppose if he got dotted up, we wouldn't have been too terribly. Couldn't have complained about it too hard either way. Got to let him kind of learning the strike zone right off the bat.
All right, the Hawkeyes have a chance here with runners at the corners and 1 out. Bottom of the first. We're scoreless for now. Here's Kyle Hucksdorf, squares to bunt, puts it down the third baseline. Here comes Wilmus. He'll score, throw to first, not in time. Hucksdorf beats it out.
Kyle Hucksdorf, fantastic bunt right down the third baseline. Great play by the third baseman. That was Irwin that came in, made a really good play, really strong throw. But Hucksdorf, with that speed, beat it out easy. So give him the RBI single. I shouldn't say beat it out easy. Close play at first, but beat it out.
It was good hustle right there, and Iowa's on the board first. It's 1-0. We've got time called and a mound visit coming for Ohio State.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Well, Timmerman's got that ERA up around 8, and he's been giving the Hawks a couple of free bases, and now we make him pay a bit.
Well, and that's, obviously Brody kind of worked around his, and that's the advantage of having, I guess, plus stuff, is you can maybe work yourself out of some troubles. And Timmerman's got good stuff, just in this case, you put a couple guys on, you give a free base on the throwing error out into center field, and the Hawks are willing to manufacture a run, and that's the first hit of the game still.
Just feels like among all the things that we learned earlier today about Ohio State, as Peterson's in the box and the first pitch is low and in for a ball, you maybe jump on this Ohio State team early and take away their will to compete.
Right, and we've talked about that in different games too, and some days the Hawks have been good at that, and some days they haven't been, but, good start here.
Peterson pops this one up. High fly ball to right field. Shallow right. Second baseman is actually there. He'll make the play. That's Petterini, 2 down.
Infield fly rule there, because that ball was actually well hit. It was just
straight up.
Well hit straight up. Let's see if Honar can help do some more damage here and not let Ohio State off the hook. We're still, with him struggling to throw strikes, we're maybe a little bit more aggressive than you'd like to see early in the count, but you're also, if you get a pitch you think you can hit, you got to go get it.
2 on for Iowa with 2 outs. It's 1-0 in the first. Hawks with the lead. Here's the first pitch to Sam Honar. That's inside. Almost caught him in the shins. Ball 1.
Air definitely has a heavy feel to it.
Yes.
It's got a...
Rain's getting a little closer. Need it to miss. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. Sam hits it sharply foul to the right side and into the right field corner. It's 1-1.
Got that fastball up and in the zone. Sam turned on it, hit it hard on the ground. Just ripped it foul past Coach Bo there.
Honar with 42 RBIs on the season, second highest on the team. Takes that pitch just outside for ball 2.
DeRiggi's good day got him past him.
Swing and a miss at the 2-1 pitch.
Although Sam had a pretty good day on Wednesday or on Tuesday also.
He did, yeah. Maybe he didn't hit 2, but he did hit 1.
And drove in another run with a good hit later in the game. Well, the insurance run in the 8th.
Big time. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch fouled back to the screen. Honar stays alive.
Right on that one. The umpire and the catcher do not know the ball's behind them.
Where do they think it goes?
Well,
they assume somebody comes to get it?
Yeah, foul's out of play, or I think John's on the move. But 2-2 here. Sam's got to be, know the zone, put one in play here.
Try a pickoff move to second base. DeRiggi will dive back in time. Looks like both the Iowa runners are leaning a little bit. A little bit surprised to see DeRiggi take off for third, wouldn't you?
Oh, we've seen that a couple times here, and it hasn't turned out well for Iowa when they do that. So hopefully they're kind of in tune with what they're doing.
The 2-2 delivery. DeRiggi does go to third. Here comes the throw down, and it is in time. Got it.
1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1.
DeRiggi tries to take third, and he's out.
Yeah, that's just a great pitch to throw too. A breaking ball on the outside. Had to try. Third baseman had to make a good play to catch it, but got him by a mile.
All right, that'll do it for the first. Iowa scores 1 on 1 hit. We'll go to the second. Hawks lead at 1-0. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Nick Irwin is in the box for Ohio State. Right-handed hitter. Brody deals him a breaking ball that was low. Ready for the next pitch. It's on its way home. Downstairs again, 2-0. Brody with a couple of walks in the first, also hit a batter. So 3 free bases, but was able to get out of it.
We'll wiggle off the hook, so to speak, but starts behind now here, 2-0.
3-0 now.
And that one was kind of in that upper spot of the zone, but not going to catch any breaks from the umpire on that one either.
4-pitch walk to start off the second inning as Irwin is on and kind of feeding into the Ohio State walk department. That's his 30th drawn walk of the season.
Well, and that one was relatively easy. The first 2 pitches were well out of the zone, and then 3 and 4 are pretty easy takes when you're ahead in the count that way.
Another lefty with Kazmar in the box. First pitch strike to him on the outside corner. Trying to figure out this strike zone a little bit, John, aren't we?
Well, Brody catches a little bit of a break there. That one was not too far off of where DeRiggi's ball 4 was.
0-1, chopper to DeRiggi at first. He gloves it, throw to second for 1, back to first. Safe at first base. Brecht was covering. Very close play there, but Kazmar is on. Irwin is out at second.
Good quick turn there, and again, nice job from Brody to get over there, cover the bag, because he gets there in time where he doesn't have to search for the bag, and Seegers doesn't have to wonder if he can throw it. Seegers able to throw a good fastball over there.
I mean, look how you can generate some outs, though. Force them into relatively weak ground balls, John. Just throw it over the plate, make them beat you that way if they can, which most teams can't. Here's one in the dirt, gets away from Moss, and Kazmar gets to second.
That's another slider way down low there. For the first 2 pitches of the inning, that was basically what they were, and that one was in a little bit more and snuck away from Moss there.
The batter is Caden Kaiser, their designated hitter. A left-hander. The 1-0 pitch from Brecht is on the inside corner. That's 1-1 now. One out in the second. Iowa on top 1-0.
Kaiser's the guy with 33 at-bats. You just, at this point in the season, when a guy walks in with 33 at-bats and you're Brody Brecht, you just got to go get him.
And this one hit him. Got him in the foot.
I may have misspoke when I said go get him. That wasn't exactly what I meant.
Second hit by pitch for Brecht.
Center fielder, Trey Lipsy.
He's up to 4 free bases.
And Lipsy got caught with a slider or breaking ball, at least, on the foot. And 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the foot's no picnic at all.
Ohio State again with base runners in the second. Pulling for Brody big time here to find the strike zone. Back to the top with Lipsy. There's one out in the inning. The pitch outside, ball 1. Some warming up in the bullpen down to the right, and you just don't like to see that so early. You feel for Brody right now trying to find the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. The pause, the pitch. High and out, ball 2.
He's just not having any success right now with that breaking ball. Usually that's a better go-to pitch for him, and right now he's all over the place with it. Missed low several times, and then the first 2 pitches here to Lipsy, he's just kind of almost the opposite release point, trying so hard to not bring it into the left-handed batter's box. He's just floated it well wide to the right.
Cade Moss will jog out there and talk to him, give him some support. Try to lock him back in. 2 balls, no strikes to Lipsy. He's their center fielder, was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Lipsy with a .222 average. He's got 5 extra base hits on the season. Haven't been able to throw him a strike, though. It's 3-0.
4-pitch walk to Irwin to lead it off. You got ahead of Kazmar. You were able to get an out. You were 1-1 to Kaiser, so you weren't in a terrible place, and then you hit him. Now you're in trouble.
Here's one in there for a strike at the letters. It's 3-1. Lipsy's one of those guys you talk about, high strikeout, upper 30s, but they don't chase early in counts, right?
Right, and he's not a high walk guy either.
3-1, chopper to the right side. DeRiggi charges hard. He'll throw to second for 1. There's no play, back to first. Runners at the corners for Ohio State, but an important second out right there.
Well, gosh, it seems so simple to just keep saying, but 84-mile-an-hour exit velo on a chopper. He had a 68-mile-an-hour exit velo on another chopper. They really can't hit Brody hard, at least not consistently, and so you just want to see him take that deep breath, kind of focus, find a way to hit the strike zone early so that he can be a little bit ahead.
Batter is Gravelin. First pitch is high and out. Runner takes off for second, and Lipsy will get there. So now 2 in scoring position, but 2 outs in the inning for Ohio State in the second. Iowa 1, Ohio State 0.
That's a pretty close pitch there, but just missed. You don't get that high fastball very often.
Low slider out of the zone, 2-0. I just kind of noticed with the zone as we're trying to figure it out, not much on the corners, John.
No, so far it's been a pretty tight zone, which doesn't really benefit either of these pitchers right now.
2-0 to Gravelin. That one's called a strike, and that one was not on the corner, maybe a little bit outside, but we'll take it 2-1.
That one seemed well, and of course, because you said we weren't getting the outside corner, of course, the ball outside, we get it.
A swing and a miss on the 2-1. Brody's cooking now with back-to-back strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Crowd getting behind Brecht.
And you've seen Brody take a little bit off the velocity. We're 96, 97, 98 here. And still awfully hard to hit, as you can see.
Almost had Gravelin there. He got everything moving, but didn't bring his hands through the zone. That was a slider in the dirt. The count is now full.
Yeah, you just probably need to see that elevated just a touch. But if you're going to make a mistake, that's where you're trying to make it.
3-2, called third strike. Got him on the outside corner. And that'll do it for the top of the second.
97 punches the outer part of the plate, and a lot of Buckeye traffic, but nobody getting all the way around.
Hawks hold their 1-0 lead. Bottom of the second coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Bottom of the second inning, Iowa 1, Ohio State 0. Hawkeyes coming back to the batter's box. Sam Honar, he will get to lead things off because he was in the box when Brennan Durigge got picked off to end the first. So it'll be Honar, Seegers, and Frazier. Sam gets a fresh count this time in the box.
Wipe those 2 strikes away. Now you've seen him for 5 pitches, so feel a little bit better about what's going on. You got a chance to go get it done.
Yeah, I feel like Sam doesn't love leading off. He likes when there's a couple runners out there for him, doesn't he? Look at this shift by Ohio State's infield. You got 3 guys on the right side, and Honar took that one right down Main Street. 3 infielders to the right of second base, and the third baseman playing even with the bag and cutting the distance as Honar is early on that one. Looked like an off speed. And it's 0-2.
And now the bunt isn't a possibility. The third baseman goes ripping back to the shortstop spot.
Sam chased that one low and out. So 3 pitches, and Honar is down on strikes for out number 1.
Yeah, let's just go back to the 5 pitches he saw before. It didn't do him a whole lot of good.
Yeah. Timmerman had him in the palm of his hand during that at-bat. Here's Seegers, the shortstop.
Well, and Timmerman shows what, he dominated the zone on both of the first 2 pitches and then was able to throw one outside and get a chase.
First one to Michael. That's in the dirt inside as well. Ball 1. Iowa with 1 hit today. It was an RBI bunt single from Kyle Huckstorf. 1-0 delivery to Michael. He squares the bunt, pulled it back. That's a ball up and in.
Michael might have fooled the umpire there as he ducked down a little bit and kind of took away the high part of the strike zone.
2 balls and no strikes. The pitch to Seegers. There's a strike. Basically in the same spot. It's 2-1.
Yeah, it might have been a ball lower, but it was pretty close.
Fouled back to the screen on the 2-1. And Ohio State with a little bit of a shift against Michael as well on the infield, to the pull side, to the left side of the field.
A little bit. We'd seen some teams early in the conference season do a more dramatic shift, but the second baseman really has been kind of playing him up the middle. He's got a good hole to poke it through on the right side.
The 2-2, he loops foul over the heads of the Hawkeyes in the dugout. We'll stay 2-2. I don't know about you, John, but I feel like we've seen Michael take it to the right side a few times.
Well, absolutely, and you can see him, you've seen him kind of work on that a little bit too, and pretty easy for him to drive one to right center.
Instead, he lifts a high fly ball to left. It's carrying a bit, but it's too high, and Seegers will be out on the fly ball to left.
It's too high.
Too high. 2 down for the Hawks, and here comes Braden Frazier, the DH today.
Yeah, got that fastball in on Michael just a little. Was on the inner portion of the plate. And Timmerman looking to have the easiest inning of everybody so far.
Yeah. Got the potential for a 1-2-3 inning if Frazier can't get on. Want to ruin that plan. First pitch strike to Braden.
Really nice breaking ball there. Snapped it right across.
0-1 pitch to Frazier, a swing and a miss, 0-2. 3 infielders to the left side of the bag now to defend Frazier. They don't move much as the 0-2 is on its way home. Fly ball right side, fouling out of play. Braden stays alive. Frazier batting .262, making his 18th start of the season. The 0-2 delivery. Low and out, ball 1.
Yeah, even if you don't get a hit here, you'd like to just work Timmerman a little bit longer, make him throw a few more pitches here in the inning.
Relatively easy inning for Timmerman in the second. The 1-2, that's a strike at the knees. Frazier fooled by it. 88-mile-an-hour pitch right there, and that'll do it for Iowa in the second. A 1-2-3 inning, a couple of strikeouts for Timmerman. We'll go to the third. Iowa 1, Ohio State nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Good part of the order coming up for Ohio State in the third. Ernst, Andrews, and Petterini, 3-4-5. Iowa on top of the Buckeyes right now, 1-0. Brody Brecht returning to the mound for another inning of work. He's given Ohio State a little bit here. 3 walks, 2 hit batters, but has been able to get out of it to this point.
Right, you don't want to keep going to the kind of the teasing well, because again, as you've seen, when they've made contact with Brody, they don't hit it very hard. At least they haven't so far. The problem is those little things can turn into flares, where he just kind of loops one through the infield, bleeds one not right at someone.
That one just high to Ernst to start off his at-bat. Ernst was one of those guys that did make contact and put it in play off of Brody, hit a ground ball to the right side. As the 1-0 pitch is way inside, almost hit him, ball 2.
Came back, tried to throw the breaking ball again, and just kind of ripped it right back inside. Fastball, the lead off the at-bat was pretty decent, just missed high.
3 balls and no strikes now. He's not getting anything on the outside corner there. Brecht trying to avoid putting the leadoff man on the 3rd inning in a row. Can't do it. Inside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Ernst.
And you saw Brody there, it went straight to the stretch.
Catcher,
had a little bit of extra motion in there, but really just trying to simplify things a little bit, and kind of get to a quick spot. I guess is won't have a real long rope for this right now, I wouldn't think.
Starts Andrews off with a strike on the outside corner. And again, on the flip side of that, you're one of those ground balls that they've been hitting today. You're one of those away from a double play. Tries to find the strike zone. Way outside there, ball 1.
Well, that's, we mentioned in the first inning where it felt like at least the pitches were competitive as he started to increase the dispersion here, and you just want to see him kind of try to lock in.
Same place again. That was 85 miles an hour. I'm not sure that was the slider, though, John. It was just way outside from the start. It's 2-1.
Well, the fastball this inning's been 95, 96, 97. So, whether it's a get me over or whether there's a little bit of an issue.
2-2 after the foul ball from Andrews. Decided to go after that one. Got a piece of it. Nobody out in the inning. Top three, Iowa 1, Ohio State nothing.
Brody might have caught a break there as that ball was probably going to be ball 3 low and outside. It's going to be close, but.
Here's the 2-2. Popped foul over to the right side. I believe Jack Whitlock in the bullpen for the Hawkeyes down the line and right.
Yeah, Jack's been up and down since the first. He's pretty hot now, I would imagine.
Brecht ready with the 2-2. Ground ball left side, and Tello picks it. No, it went through Tello's legs into the corner.
That ball hit off the backside of the bag.
A fair ball, and runners at second and third for Ohio State with nobody out. Is that what happened there, John? And it took a funny hop.
Ball hit the backside of the bag and skidded, and that's the oddness or the risk you run. A ball with 65-mile-an-hour exit velo and just hits in a bad spot.
Tello was playing deep there, didn't have a chance to come get it in front of the bag. And so that'll be a double for Andrews, and Ohio State threatening once again, this time in the third. Nobody out, runners at second and third for Petterini. First pitch from Brecht, sawed off, punch to Seegers at short. Michael picks it up, throws to third, and no, he's safe at third base. The bases will be loaded for Ohio State. What a wild play that was, as the runner at third base, Ernst, was kind of caught in the middle. Probably should have gone home, don't you think?
Well, maybe. I mean, it's hard for us to tell how far it looks like that ball's going to go. That ball, again, only came off the bat, 58 miles an hour. So, he can't tell if Seegers is going to come up and make a play on it, so he can't get too far. If he throws it across the diamond, I think for sure he's coming, but...
Bases loaded for Oakley. First pitch strike from Brecht on the inside corner. There is nobody out in the inning. The corners not playing in for the Hawkeyes. DeRiggi's even with the bag at first. Tello behind the bag at third. No balls and a strike. Pitch from Brecht. Inside, ball one. No place to put him here. Ohio State got things going with a couple of hits now. As this one is hit to third, Tello will step on the bag at third, throw across to first for the double play. A run will score for Ohio State to tie us up at 1, but a good play there by Tello.
Probably a worthwhile trade for the Hawks to get let Ohio State tie up the game, but take out 2 of the base runners. And so now runners still in scoring position out at second base, but now you've got 2 away in the inning for Irwin.
Nick Irwin.
So it's 1-1. Ohio State with just 1 hit. The ground ball by Petterini was scored as a fielder's choice, even though out wasn't recorded. Here's Irwin. First pitch high and out from Brecht for ball 1.
You'd seen the last 2 hitters. Already done a better job throwing strikes, locating.
He's getting closer, but still outside on that one, ball 2.
Yeah, the first pitch of the at-bat was right at the top part of the zone. That one just missed the outside. He's thrown Irwin 6 balls here in Irwin's day.
The 2-0, that's high, ball 3. Runner at second is Petterini. Batter is Irwin, who did walk, as John mentioned just a moment ago, back in the second inning. You'll see more than 4 pitches in this at-bat, as the 3-0 is in there for a strike. 2 outs in the inning after the fine double play from Tello. The pitch, line drive into right. This is trouble. It's going to get down and into the corner. Petterini scores. Irwin heading for second. He's got a double, and the Buckeyes have the lead.
Well, we talked about it at the top of the inning. You keep rolling the dice with free bases, and you're eventually going to get bit by it, and that's what you see there, and that will do it for Brody.
Coach Heller is out of the dugout, and Brody's day is done. in the third. Ohio State's pushed across a couple of runs. They lead it 2-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brody Brecht pulled in the top of the third inning. Ohio State leading 2-1 now, and so the Hawkeyes going to the bullpen will bring in the sophomore right-hander from Georgia, Jack Whitlock.
Jack's 5-0 on the season. Give him a dozen appearances now. 0.48 ERA, 18 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs. Just one of those was earned. 3 walks, 18 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting just 119 against Jack. And so that's the kind of the biggest thing for Jack so far is he's been a strike thrower. You know, he just comes in a heavy array of breaking balls, throws the fastball kind of often enough to keep the hitter standing up and not diving over the plate. But big spot again, asking him to get out of the mini jam here to kind of finish it up, leave the deficit at 1, and then throw up a bunch of zeros after that.
He's been Brody's relief guy the past couple of times out, and so this is not necessarily a foreign spot for Whitlock to come into the game. Again, it doesn't feel good right now, but Iowa down just by 1. Ohio State with 2 hits, both doubles. But it was the free bases that just made everything so stressful that wasn't really necessary, John.
Well, that's, Brody leaves throwing 66 pitches, 36 balls, 30 strikes. So again, that's that's probably the troubling trend of it. The troubling trend of it is just the I don't want to say the inability. That's a little too harsh, but the difficulty finding the strike zone consistently.
All right, Ohio State has their next batter in the box. This is Kazmar. Irwin is at second. First pitch from Whitlock is low for a ball. Kazmar grounded into a fielder's choice back in the second inning.
33 RBIs leads the starting lineup today, at least for Ohio State in RBIs.
Iowa's got him shifted to the pull side, this left-handed hitter. The 1-0 from Whitlock is outside, ball 2.
Oof.
73-mile-an-hour floater, didn't catch the corner.
Wow.
It was close, but hasn't really been called today, except for maybe once or twice.
I don't know if the curveball's been called. I think the fastball's been called outside, but hasn't really given the breaking ball.
Whitlock misses again, this time outside, ball 3.
That ball just kind of slipped out of his hand as he didn't get the usual Jack Whitlock spin rate.
Mm-hmm. 2 outs in the top of the third for the Buckeyes. They've got a runner out there at second. They lead it 2-1. Here's the pitch from Whitlock. Ball 4. That one was downstairs. So Kazmar walks, and it'll bring up Kaiser. Just kind of have an uneasy feeling right now, John. I don't know about you. Maybe it's just me.
Just the fourth walk of the year for Jack. And I think the uneasy feeling is, Kaiser's hitting 182. Go get him. Mm-hmm. Maybe life works out okay, and you get a chance to get back in it. Roll around to the top of the order here, and all of a sudden life gets difficult as he gets the breaking ball across there for a strike.
Good start from Whitlock on that one. Kaiser was hit by a pitch in the second. Whitlock's got the sign from Moss. Here comes the 0-1. inside, almost hit him, backed him totally off the plate, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, he showed way too much effort to get out of the way there for the 9-hitter. Go ahead and take that one in the hip.
And he did earlier, right? A little bit surprised that he got out of the way of that one.
Yeah, maybe the fastball off the foot made him decide to get out of the way of that one.
The delivery from Whitlock is a called strike on the outside corner, 1-2. Good pitch there from Jack.
Pretty dirty from Whitlock to almost hit him, move him off the plate, and then dot the outside corner. Now he's one pitch away from finishing up the top of the third inning.
He's got the sign that he likes from Moss. The 1-2, feels it, deals it in the dirt. Ball 2. Some of the fans are not quite thrilled with the call, but that one's in the dirt, John.
I'm guessing they were at the golf outing today. They've had a long day. That's the only thing you can figure for why you complain about that one.
2-2, hit right to Tello on a line, and he grabs it for the third out on the sharp line drive. Big round of applause from the Hawkeye fans, but Ohio State has taken the lead. It's 2-1 Buckeyes. We'll go to the bottom of the third with Moss, Wilmus, and Tello due up for the black and gold. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies are competitively priced and include new car replacement coverage if anything were to happen to your new baby.
To find an agent near you, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Ohio State has the lead 2-1 as we get to the bottom of the third. The Hawkeyes trying to answer in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, here's Cade Moss into the box. Iowa's fallen behind Ohio State 2-1. Try to get to Timmerman this time.
Well, yeah, we haven't cycled through our lineup once, and Ohio State's going to have the leadoff guy hit for the third time in the top of the fourth inning already. So Cade takes strike one there. But yeah, it's just it's been a tale of two traffic cones out there.
Moss watches the first two go by for strikes. And it's 0-2. Timmerman ready. This one way outside for a ball.
And Timmerman's done a nice job of getting strike one, strike two. That's been how he's been able to clean these innings up. The first inning he struggled with that a little bit, but was really sharp last inning.
Here's the 1-2. Moss offers at it, popped it foul to the right side, and caught by both Wilmus and the bat boy John over there on the right side. The on-deck circle.
What is Wilmus doing there?
He's got to know.
He's got to know. John is the captain of that on-deck circle.
Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Moss holds up, and it's 2-2. Bottom of the third. Iowa down 2-1. Timmerman set down Iowa 1-2-3 in the second. This one's up and in. Ball 3.
It's a good strong at bat from Cade as he's battled back here.
Timmerman's got the sign that he likes, the 3-2. Line drive into left center. Get down. It is down for a single for Cade Moss. Good start to the third for the Hawkeyes as Moss sets the table for Ben Wilmus, who's up now.
And now you can do a couple different things here with Wilmus is a good bunter, so chance to do something that way. And Cade's a decent enough base runner. He's not a blazer, but he's got good speed for a catcher. And
Here is Wilmus. He walked and scored in the first. First pitch to Ben. He squares to bunt, missed it. Throw down to first. Look out, he's safe. Moss gets back.
It's dirty pool, catcher on catcher.
Yeah, trying to pick him off. That was Andrews. No balls and a strike to Wilmus. The pitch inside, hit him. Got him in the back of the arm, and Wilmus is on.
Well, and that's what, we joked a little bit about that when Kaiser really tried to get out of the way, and Wilmus made no effort to get out of the way and just took that, and now we've got 2 on here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. I don't know if I've seen Raiders square to bunt. I'm not sure that that's in the cards here, but
well, that's quite the decision, right? Because you want to have this guy up in the box with a couple of runners on. It is Tello. Iowa down 2-1. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Raider was trying to hit it over the scoreboard on that one.
Fastball up and in the zone. Raider right on it. Just couldn't quite get to the level of the fastball.
That one's a little bit more over, don't you think, towards the middle of the plate? Raider can connect maybe a bit lower, too. No balls and a strike to Tello with runners at first and second. Nobody out. This is in the dirt. Good backhand stop there by Andrews behind the plate.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Timmerman really missed wide with that fastball.
Really giving Tello a lot of room on both of the lines. As the infielder's pinching towards the middle. Raider shoots it into center. It's down for a base hit. Will they send the runner? They will hold Moss at third. The bases will be loaded for Brennan DeRiggi.
Station to station, but that'll give DeRiggi a chance to do some real damage for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 3rd as they look to answer the... I'm still calling it a crooked number, even though you didn't.
Sure.
On Wednesday.
We've got different definitions for that. I think it's crooked because the bad guys scored it and took the lead. So maybe we'll come to some common ground there.
Well, unless you're an old TI-80 calculator, you got to use some crooked lines to draw a 2.
Here's DeRiggi with the bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch is low, ball 1. Big spot here in this game, bottom 3. The 1-0 to Brennan. Outside, ball 2. They're close, but they're not in the zone.
Yeah, they are not strikes as it is starting to, you see ponchos coming on and must be starting to rain a little. Umbrellas popping up. Be nice to go ahead and get, we're going to get a mound visit instead. We've got nobody up in the bullpen as they just sent them down. Good slow walk to see. The advantage that we have over last week when it started to mist and rain was we don't have dirt.
Yes.
So there's no, as long as we're not threatened by lightning, as long as the rain isn't heavy, it's playable. And so, you'd like to try to see if, especially with the Hawks in this type of rally, you'd like to see if they can go ahead and get the lead.
Don't want to break the momentum we've got right now. A couple of singles that sandwich a hit batter in Ben Wilmus has loaded the bases with nobody out. This is a big-time situation. It feels like Iowa gets the bases loaded in almost every game, doesn't it, John?
Somewhere along the way. And really, you go back to, it's just kind of going back to the rain. Part of what would have been great to get Brody through the top of the 3rd for all of the obvious reasons is now you brought Jack Whitlock in. So if we have a rain delay, if we have an extended rain delay, what does that do for Jack and how long he can pitch?
2-0 pitch to DeRiggi. Oh, he just missed it and fouled it to the left side, and he knows that he missed it too as he hops out of the box.
Fastball over the middle of the plate. It was well located. It was down low, but it's a pitch you've seen Brennan handle really well at times.
Big gap in left center for Brennan. Here's the 2-1. Inside, ball 3. He'll shake his head and say, no, sir, not swinging at that one.
He wasn't in too much of a hurry to get out of that. If that would have hit the elbow guard, he'd have taken the RBI that way, too.
Hawkeyes trail the Buckeyes 2-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's the 3-1 pitch to DeRiggi. In the air, deep to center. Center fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Brennan DeRiggi. Grand slam. Boom.
I was going going to go with Grand Slam boom if you didn't alter yours. Brennan DeRiggi, 103 off the bat, 424 to dead center field. And all of a sudden, the game doesn't feel so bad. 5-2 Hawks lead.
He got all of that one, cranked it to center, and knocked it off the batter's eye at the deepest part of the park. Hawks lead at 5-2.
Caught a 93-mile-an-hour fastball low and away. He'd missed the 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Did not miss 93. Elevated just a little bit over top of that one, and he got it. See if the Hawks can continue.
Still nobody out in the third with Kyle Huckstorf in the box as the rain continues to fall at Dwayne Banks.
That is Grand Slam number 8 for the Hawkeyes on the season.
That's in the dirt, ball 2. Well, we talked about it a little bit before that. Seems like Iowa's got the bases loaded pretty often this season.
And have done pretty well.
2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch to Huck. Up and in, ball 3.
Yeah, now you really want to extend some patience here. The guy's just starting to throw in the bullpen. You got Timmerman a little perplexed here. Yeah. No need to help him out.
Way up and in on Huckstorf. He turns away from it. A 4-pitch walk for Kyle, and he's on to keep it going for Iowa in the bottom of the third. Still nobody out, and all 5 batters have reached. We talked about it coming into this inning, John. Let's get to Timmerman, and we're doing that right now.
This was probably going to be about, that'll do it for him actually already. So we'll have a pitching change for Ohio State.
The Hawkeyes will chase Timmerman in the third, already hanging a 4 spot on the Buckeyes in this inning. A grand slam for Brennan DeRiggi. Hawks lead at 5-2. We'll be back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Ohio State goes to the bullpen in the third with Iowa leading 5-2 after the grand slam from Brennan DeRiggi. The Buckeyes turn to sophomore right-hander Jacob Gehring.
Appearance number 20. He's 0-2 on the season, 9.18 ERA, 16 2/3 innings, 22 hits, 17 runs have all been earned, 8 walks, 19 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .319 against him, as he's going to have a fastball will be in the high 80s, might touch 90. Had a big loopy curveball, so one of those kind of little Jack Whitlock, kind of a big spinner, but that'll be kind of upper 70s, low 80s. So good differential there. Hawks will have a chance to get to him.
Huckstorf at first for Peterson in the box. A fastball out of the zone, missing downstairs to start off Petey's at bat. He flared one to the second baseman that was caught in shallow right back in the first. 1-0 pitch to Peterson. He drives this one. High fly ball to left. Carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sam Peterson. Boom.
Petey bomb. 104 off the bat as he just ripped that fastball. 87 miles down deep on the inside part of the plate. Trackman's letting me down. Won't give me the distance there, but the left fielder didn't make too much of a move on it. So I'm going to guess it was 380 plus. As went bouncing across the road. They'll have that in the foundation of the wrestling building forever, and off we go. 7-2 Hawks.
Some light tower power from Peterson. Second home run in the inning for the Hawks. Here's Sam Honar. Still nobody out, John, and we've pushed across 6.
It's up to that was DeRiggi's 10th, Petey's 7th. As the Hawks have sent 6 to the plate, scored 6, so that's a pretty good ratio.
49 home runs on the season for Iowa. And Gehring can't find the strike zone on the first couple of pitches to Honar. Both of them missing low.
That's the 14th extra base hit that Gehrig's given up. Ooh.
Honar rips it foul straight back. It's 2-1 now.
In 16 2/3 innings, so teams have been able to hit him hard.
I thought this was maybe a possibility of Iowa putting up some runs today. Honar lays off that one outside. That's ball 3.
Good job there from Sam. Timmerman in that first/second at bat kind of really got the better of him, but good job here.
Here's a ground ball to first. The first baseman waits back for it. He'll have to toss to a covering pitcher, and Gehring beats Honar to the bag for the first out of the inning.
Fastball up and away from Sam, and instead of really trying to go with it and maybe line it into left center field, got around on it and pulled it. Really kind of ate up the first baseman though. Wasn't the smoothest fielding job from Ernst, as he kind of got into him a little bit. Had to flip it over there to Gehrig at first.
We'll see Seegers now. Fastball low outside corner for a strike to Michael. Michael flied out to left his first time up in the second inning. Right-hander on right-hander matchup, the 0-1. Inside on the belt, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, at this point, you just want to see the rain stay light. Let's get some more innings in here.
Yep. This is downstairs for ball 2. Still coming down a bit. You don't see the frenzy or the panic for those in the seats, right? To get their ponchos on. 2-1 to Michael. Popped up, out of play over to the right side, 2-2.
Timmerman ends up with 2 innings pitched, 4 hits, 6 runs. 5 of those were earned. 3 walks, 2 strikeouts on 58 pitches. Just 27 strikes.
Yeah, so he struggled too in the start for the Buckeyes. The 2-2, Michael sends to center. Doesn't have quite enough distance as Lipsy is there, and he's got it for out number 2.
And then to wrap up Brody, 2 2/3, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned. 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, a wild pitch, hit 2, 66 pitches, 30 strikes. So
just the free bases for Brody.
Yeah,
you take those away, which you can't, but if you take them away, you're talking 2-hit baseball. And
yeah, that's 6 free bases in 2 2/3 innings. Obviously, is not a winning combination.
Here is Braden Frazier. He's in the box with an 0-1 count. Now it's 1-1 as that one drifted outside. Credit to the offense, though, to pick up Brody and to score a ton of runs and get back out in front.
And did it right away. Yep. Didn't fool around.
Frazier takes this up and in, ball 2. Hawks lead at 7-2 now in the third. Gehring steps back on the rubber and now ready for the pitch to Frazier. Soft fly ball into center. Lipsy coming forward. Second baseman going back, and he'll catch it. That's Petterini for the third out of the inning. It's a big inning. This, I'd say, is a crooked number, John. Hawks put up 6.
Well, by your definition, you said more than a grand slam, so that is definitely crooked. So nice job by the Hawks there. They lead 7-2.
All right, we've played 3 in Iowa City. Hawks lead at 7-2. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Well, how about that for getting back into the game? Not just getting back into it, only down by 1 initially going into that bottom of the third, but putting up 6 and taking a commanding, hopefully, 7-2 lead with Jack Whitlock going back to the mound.
Well, it is commanding, and now you have to make sure it stays that way. That's the, keep getting, Jack needs to come in and do what he does, which is be a good strike thrower. And depend on your defense, get enough strikeouts with the breaking ball, but he's going to have to mow through the top of the order here.
You know what we're both looking for right here, John?
The shutdown inning.
The shutdown inning. And it'll be a tough part of the order to do that against. It's the top. Here is Lipsy. First pitch looked good, but missed just high. Iowa 7, Ohio State 2, now in the top of the fourth. 1-0 pitch from Whitlock. Ooh, inside, almost hit him. Ball 2.
Again, that just seems, you saw Wilmus just take that pitch. And
Lipsy's got that protector there on that elbow. 2-0 is a called strike. High outside corner. We'll take it. 2-1.
Yeah, that's one that Brody wasn't getting. If he gets that one, he lasts a little bit longer, I think.
Nice pitch from Whitlock. That one looked good, but ruled out of the zone somewhere. Ball 3.
So that pitch is better than the pitch he threw him. 2-0.
More of it caught the zone. The pitch. Ground ball right side. Honar is in shallow right. He's got it. He'll throw to DeRiggi to beat the speedy Lipsy. 1 down.
Good job there. Hit it right into the Hawkeye shift. Well done. Some days the shift works perfectly and you get all the easy outs, and some days you're a half step off, and that was a good one. And with the smooth seam there, Sam didn't have to worry about a hop off going from the infield colored turf to the outfield colored turf.
That's Mitch Bowe there with the defensive alignments. He's in charge of those. Does a good job with the shifting there.
It's the first time we got the leadoff hitter out, so that's a positive start in itself.
Significant. Whitlock versus Gravelin here. Where'd that one miss? Inside, apparently, as Gravelin, the right-handed hitter, was frozen by the slider from Whitlock, but it missed in. A ball and a strike with 1 out.
You hit it on the head earlier. The strike zone's been...
Gravelin squares to bunt, pulled it back, maybe shouldn't have. Called strike, high outside corner.
The strike zone's been relatively consistent. It's just been tight.
Yep.
It hasn't been a lot of excess edge. The ball's got to catch majority of the plate. You aren't just splitting the edge and getting a strike on this one.
He gets a strike on that one. 76 miles an hour, a swing and a miss. Gravelin goes down. 2 away.
Good job. I'm kind of running out of adjectives for Jack because he's got about 5, 6, 7 mile an hour range on those breaking balls too. That's kind of the fun part is he can throw it a little harder, he can loop it a little bit more, and he's got pretty good command on all of them.
2 gone as this one is ripped to DeRiggi. Fields it on a 1-hop. He'll take it over to first himself. There's the shutdown 1-2-3 inning. And Ohio State is quieted in the 4th. Hawks lead at 7-2. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Bottom of the 4th inning, John Evans and John Leo with you from Duane Banks Field today. Hawks lead at 7-2 in the series opener with Ohio State trying to add to it right now with it'll be Moss, Wilmus, and Tello.
What sounds like 6 runs.
Take it. That's where we started things off in the 3rd, wasn't it?
Exactly. we're going to do it. We might as well just do it. Moss had a really good at-bat, worked a good long count.
Ball 1 to him this time from Gehring, who came in the last inning. Another righty for Ohio State. Moss will take this inside, ball 2.
And again, that's the just not calling the black part of the plate, I guess, is the way to look at that, because that's awfully close.
That one catches the zone. It's 2-1. Again, we're not being critical, just giving information.
Just understanding where it is.
Yep.
You know, it's been relatively consistent with it, so no real complaints with it. That's all you're looking for. It's interesting as now we've watched whatever we're at, 44 games, and just how the rule book strike zone wiggles and moves.
Yeah. 3-1 to Moss. Offered at it, hit it foul. That was probably ball 4. A full count now.
Yeah, based on track record, that would have been ball 4. John with a great catch off the screen, so got his accolades. Little hat tip, helmet tip.
3-2. Outside and downstairs, ball 4. Moss is on to lead off the inning again.
Good job there from Cade. You saw him really reach back. Gary tried to give that one a little more and got it up to 91, but wasn't really a competitive pitch. So
eventually we draw the walk. That's good news there for Cade. And here's Wilmus, who was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd.
Well, and right now your goal for Iowa is to continue to run through as many pitchers as you can. Make this series as painful as you can come Saturday and Sunday for Ohio State, and start to limit arms, or at least have seen the arms before so you know what to expect.
They're already kind of shorthanded all over the place in their bullpen with their pitching staff. 1-0 to Wilmus is low, ball 2. And that was one of the keys to victory today for Coach Heller was, hey, let's see how many guys we can see out of their bullpen.
Yep, get as deep as you can. Try to cycle through guys so that ball 3's down low, and we'll have a mound visit. Get through as many guys as you can, and obviously Gary's got one of the higher. He has actually the highest ERA on the team, but a guy that they use a lot and regularly. There's a couple other guys. There's, just looking 5, 9, 10, 11, 12 guys that you've seen in double-digit appearances on the year. That's quite a few of those. I'm not sure. I guess Iowa's starting to sneak up that way too, as Wilmus walks with 4 straight balls. So
Wilmus doing what he does best with another elevation of his on-base percentage. Second walk of the day. Here's Tello. Yeah, and we talked about it with Coach that, hey, if you see these guys today, you're probably not seeing them on Sunday. They just don't turn their guys around like that. And so if you run it up, maybe you get to the point where they don't use a ton of pitchers today, or they do and really compromise how things can look the rest of the day. And when we talked to their radio guy earlier today, he said their Sunday already is a bullpen type of game.
They've got 2 guys that appeared in 20 games. Gehring's appeared in 19. This is 20. So, they've got a couple guys that have a good chance of running out twice. As that one misses, both base runners are going to move up.
Yeah, that one kicked away from the catcher. Iowa's really rolling right now, aren't they? And a lot of it has to do with Ohio State giving us a few free bases, doesn't it?
Well, watch Gehring's body language. It doesn't look very good. He just looks angry, and whether that's at himself, at the umpire for perceived slights, but he just hasn't been close.
There's one below the knees, but called a strike. 2-1.
That's not a pitch you see called after you've missed 6, 7 times in a row.
Iowa with the 7-2 lead.
He's just working so quickly.
That's what I was going to say. How about you take a deep breath, young man?
He's not having any success, but yet he's just jumping on the rubber and just slinging it back in there.
3 balls and a strike to Tello. Here's the pitch. That's low, ball 4, and the bases loaded again for, guess who? Big Brennan DeRiggi.
That's got to warrant a mound visit here at some point from the actual coach, correct?
You got somebody warming up down there. And here's DeRiggi again. Do we need to tell you what happened last time he was up? Well, it was in the 3rd. He was up with the bases loaded. He was up with nobody out. He ended up hitting a grand slam. We'll see what he does this time. First pitch inside, ball 1.
Hawks did hit 2 grand slams in a game back on March 3rd at Southern, or against Southern.
Oh, that's right.
We were in Mobile.
A warm, muggy day with the wind blowing out, yes. The 1-0 floats high, ball 2. How many in a row is that? I guess he threw 1 strike to Tello, but otherwise that's quite a few now.
He threw 1 called strike to Tello.
Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes to DeRiggi. The pitch. Ooh, he took it right down the middle. That's all right.
It's hard to argue that.
Yep.
I mean, to the point of 10 of 11 there were balls, and so to take a strike at 2-0.
Now it's 3-1 now. That one missed the zone. Do you take again?
No.
Swing away if it's there.
I think you've got a spot you're looking for here, and he's exclusively fastball here. You go get one.
3-1, ripped foul. Mitch Bowe sidesteps to the left of that one, and it's a full count now.
And that's what you got, a fastball elevated just upper middle, basically as good a pitch as you can get for DeRiggi to hit. And too bad he didn't hit a cam bus out there.
The 3-2 is way high, ball 4, and that'll bring home a run. 4 straight walks to start off the 4th. It's 8-2.
That was nice of DeRiggi to let Huckstorf have a chance at it.
And Kyle can do some damage, right?
And that would be talk about a great time for Kyle to find some confidence, and it'll be against a new pitcher.
Yep. All right, so the Hawkeyes with the 8-2 lead now in the bottom of the 4th, starting to pile it on Ohio State. And it'll be a mound visit and a call to the bullpen for the Buckeyes. They're going with another righty. The bases will be loaded for Kyle Huckstorf with nobody out when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
All right, Ohio State goes to the bullpen in the 4th inning with the Hawkeyes leading 8-2. They'll go with a senior right-hander, Wyatt Lonkar. Lonkar comes in for his 15th appearance. He's got an ERA of 8.4 over 15 innings pitched, so this guy doesn't have a lot of long appearances, long outings. He's given up 23 hits, 14 earned runs. 19 total runs. He's walked 14, struck out 17. Opponents are hitting .348 against him. And he's got 6 wild pitches, has hit 4 batters. And the Buckeyes go to the bullpen here in the 4th. Lonkar's a tall drink of water, 6'6". So he comes in with the bases loaded. And nobody out for Huckstorf.
I like it. Did you rattle off the stats yet? Or you
I got the stats, right. John. You can hammer them again if you want.
No reason to pound them again.
Did you take a look at them? You should at least look at them, I'll tell you that.
All right, I'll browse them.
Okay. All right, Huckstorf is in the box.
I like Kyle's chances.
Yes, 8-2. First pitch to Kyle off the end of the bat and foul down the first base side. That was a half swing there from Huckstorf.
Got jammed in there. Let's see.
Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Huckstorf chased that one way outside. 4 walks in the inning for the Hawkeyes that have been drawn by Moss, Wilmus, Tello, and DeRiggi. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Huck. Laid off that one, ball 1.
Loncar's got a good fastball, going to work up almost to the middle 90s. It'll be 92, 95. And then he's got the array of breaking balls, but really likes to pitch off that fastball and doesn't throw his breaking stuff for a ton of strikes. Needs you to chase.
Here's a line drive down the right field side and foul. Couldn't quite straighten that one out and keep it between the white lines.
So yeah, you've kind of seen now Kyle Chase got behind on the first pitch with a fastball, and now he's got to try to battle back.
Oh, he swung at a pitch way outside, and Huckstorf goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
And that's, the hard part of being behind in the count is then all of a sudden you kind of expand the zone, and if you don't recognize that fastball or breaking ball right away, you can end up chasing at a pitch that's not even close. So hopefully Sam can get ahead in the count a little bit early and work from there.
Peterson does have a home run today, a 2-run shot to left back in the third. First pitch to Petey, swing and a miss. Haven't been able to draw contact on this guy quite yet.
Oh, and that was actually a good breaking ball. Sam was looking fastball, had the spot, but
that one he laid off, low and out, ball one.
I would guess if I had a scouting report on Sam, I might try to cross the guys up too. If you can land an off-speed pitch early, the guys kind of look fastball. Obviously, a guy that hit a 2-run bomb earlier.
Hard slider outside, swung on and missed, 1-2. I think it's got some good downward angle to it as well because of the stature of Loncar. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Saw it off down the first base line. It will be foul. It kicked foul right in front of the bag there.
Yeah, that would have been a good sacrifice bunt, or if it just stayed fair, but just right at the very end, snuck on the wrong side of the bag. And Petey will have another chance. That was a good fastball, busted him right inside. He was able to move it in on his hands, and that's where you really actually see more movement on Loncar's fastball than on some of the other pitches.
The 1-2 in the air to right center. This one traveling well, but not well enough. Oakley catches up to it. He'll make the grab for the second out. And Wilmus will tag and sprint down the line from third to extend the lead. It's 9-2.
He'll take the productive out, because that was a good curveball just off the outside corner of the plate, but one Sam's probably got a swing at to protect. He was able to drive it far enough out into right field that a couple Hawkeye runners advance. DeRiggy's still hanging out at first base.
Really putting it on the Buckeyes now. 9-2 in the fourth. Honar is the batter. He is 0 for 2 today. He'll take that one, a called strike. Low outside corner, okay.
It's a new spot.
It's a new spot, you're right.
We'll just call it that. It's a new spot.
Runners at the corners with 2 outs. The pitch inside almost hit Sam. 1-1. Honar struck out in the second, grounded out to first in the third.
He worked the count in the third. He was well ahead. Just
1-1, chase that one. Looks like he's still at the golf outing from earlier today. 1-2.
As you've seen, Huck expanded the zone a little bit. Now Honar's expanded the zone a little bit. Let Loncar off the hook here.
Throw it over there to first to check on DeRiggy, who dives back in.
Loncar's slow to the plate, but I mean, part of the function of tall, but I'm not sure you're going to see DeRiggy going here.
There he goes. The 1-2 is a called strike high in the zone. That'll do it for Honar's at bat. He better be careful. He's jawing at the home plate umpire. Anyways, Iowa scores 2 in the fourth. It's 9-2. Hawks with the lead. We'll go to the fifth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Top of the fifth in Iowa City, Iowa 9, Ohio State 2. The Buckeyes coming to the plate 4-5-6. Andrews, Petterini, and Oakley. Whitlock back to the rubber for Iowa. He put down the Buckeyes 1-2-3 in the fourth.
Wrapping up the line on Gary, he threw an inning, gave up 1 hit, 3 runs. They were all earned. He walked 4. Had a wild pitch. Threw just 12 strikes in his 35 pitches. So interesting. He got out of the inning he came into relatively simply and came in and couldn't throw a strike. So we have to see if Loncar does any better.
Interesting trend, with this game as Whitlock deals the first pitch to Andrews. That's in there for a strike. Neither starter was very good, to put it politely, yes. But our relievers have been better. We've only seen one. They've thrown a couple out at us. That one drifted outside from Whitlock, 1-1. They've kind of carried, their relievers have kind of carried the work of what their starter did with the free bases and giving up some hits. This one's low and out, ball 2, where Whitlock different from Brecht.
Well, and we've seen the free base train continue for the Hawkeyes at times, and we've seen Jack come put a stop to it. Sav put a stop to it for the most part last week as well.
2-1 missed high. That's ball 3. There's really nobody warming up in Iowa's bullpen, and we looked at Whitlock's pitch count coming into the inning. It was below 20 yet, so see what these next couple innings hold for Jack. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball, left side foul, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, you'd like to see, I suppose in a perfect world, you're going to see Jack for 2 more innings, maybe 3. Get him to the, again, it's pitch count dependent, but he really got through the last inning very clean as the Buckeyes went up and swung, recognized Jack was throwing strikes and tried to get after him and hit into 3 relatively quick outs. Full count here now.
Yeah, big pitch coming from Whitlock. Here it is. Punch out. Oh, we got him with a high breaking ball. It was in the zone. There's out number 1.
That's the same pitch that Honar was a little irritated with, and I don't think Andrews is any happier about it. But it's still a strike.
He was stunned. Second strikeout of the game for him, and a really good battle back from Whitlock.
And Andrews is a catcher. You would think he would recognize that pitch has been called a couple times. Now, his guy hasn't thrown a ton of strikes, so maybe he doesn't see it. But
it was just called a couple of moments ago on Honar.
Right,
so
he did catch that one.
He framed that one. Next batter is Petterini.
Sometimes you get fooled and you just want to sell it.
Yep. Whitlock unable to find the zone on the first couple of pitches. 2-0.
I don't really like what's happened here for the first 2 hitters, though. You like to see him. Jack does a lot better when he establishes strike 1.
Here's the 2-0 line drive, and just like you were alluding to right there, that's a base hit for Ohio State. First hit since the 3rd. Petterini got a hold of that one, and when you fall behind like that, 2-0, that's what can happen, John.
Right, you kind of throw a get-me-over fastball and turned on it, left the bat at 103. I guess good news was there was no elevation on it. Just Wilmus had to go over and track in the middle of it and keep in front of it and limit to a single.
1 out in the 5th for the Buckeyes. Short lead at first as Oakley is in the box. Kind of notice with Whitlock against these lefties that he's facing, if it's out of the zone, it's inside. He's really backing them up off the plate there.
Well, and a little bit of that is, to try to keep him from diving at that curveball when it comes to the outside part of the plate, because, lefty's not really going to ever buckle on those. So a little bit tougher for Jack.
Who had the runner at first leaning. And so Whitlock snapped one over there to Deriggi. He got back in time, though. Watch these Ohio State base runners. they don't get big traditional leads. They're short, and
they take short walking leads.
Yes.
So they just kind of keep moving. So the feet are kind of constantly moving to see how far they can go.
Again, inside from Whitlock, unable to move it back towards the middle of the plate to Oakley, and it's 2-0.
You got a guy that's struck out 40 times on the season. He does have 31 walks, but really want to come back and attack the zone here on a 235 hitter.
The pitch, low, ball 3. Again, the common theme, we said it with Brody, you could really say it with Jack too. Ohio State as a team hitting 269. Try to throw it and see if they can hit it and really string some things together, especially when you're up 9-2. Here's the pitch. That's a strike on the inside corner from Jack.
Yeah,
3-1.
You just really need to go ahead and at 9-2 especially, you say, hey, I think my stuff's better than what you have, and make them prove you wrong.
Runner at first, eyeing Whitlock, bouncing around now. The 3-1 pitch, lifted foul to the left side, out of play, 3-2.
Jack did a better job that time, kind of as he varied his hold time. That walking lead, he had to stop, and that's you mentioned it. Then he had to bounce instead of just continuing to move forward. He had to stop the forward motion.
I feel like that put them at a disadvantage when you're hopping around like that. If you're not on the ground, you got to plant before you can go back to first. 3-2, runner takes off. This is another foul ball. What do you think about that?
Well, and you see that like with fielders with your prep step. As you're walking too, you've got to have your feet on the ground when it's in there. If you're kind of hopping into your prep step and that ball goes, you don't have any range. And same way with you don't have any ability to get a jump. See if Jack tries a little pickoff move here just to keep him honest and mess up with the timing a little bit.
Full count pitch. There's the pause. They'll throw it over to first. He's safe at first. It was very close because the move and the throw was right where it needed to be.
Well, it was perfectly placed, and again, you kind of saw him just keep walking, keep strolling, and then Jack snapped it right behind him, and Petterini had to dive back to the outside part of the bag.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Another check on the runner over there at first. Ohio State pretty good at stealing bases. They've got 61 on the season coming into the game. I think they've got one earlier today.
And Petterini's 5 for 5. Did they get one?
Thought they stole second earlier, but maybe not. Here's the 3-2. Foul into the Iowa dugout. Look out. Hopefully everybody's all right over there. I have to check and see on that stolen base. I might be wrong. Maybe we have one. I think we have one, don't we?
We have one.
Yeah, okay. Buckeyes don't have one yet.
Actually, I'm not sure we do because it was the walk, and then we took third on that one.
They took second, and Moss didn't throw it down. That's what I'm thinking of when they had a runner at third. Here's the 3-2. It's outside, ball 4. Couple of runners on now for Ohio State in the 5th.
Again, something you don't see Jack do a ton. Walked a couple hitters here in his appearance, giving up a single and a walk here in this inning, but we'll need to buckle up here as Coach McGrath will take the walk out to the mound to chat him up a little.
Well, we've got this comfortable for now 9-2 lead, and so you got to imagine that's part of the message for Coach McGrath right now. How would you assess this game so far, John? It was really uneasy in the first, 3 innings.
Well, I guess we'll just call it sloppy pitching for both sides. I mean, it's you've got 11 runs and 8 hits. That gets hard to field then because the rhythm is difficult. You're kind of like, hey, is my guy going to throw a strike? And you've seen a couple weird things. Ohio State they hit one ball hard against Brody. Unfortunately, that ended up chasing him from the game, but a little squirrely off the back of the bag hit. And so it's just strange. And so at this point, you kind of want to see Jack take control here and turn it back into a normal feeling baseball game.
Iowa's got a couple of athletes down in the bullpen. First pitch strike to Irwin on the outside corner. Zone maybe expanding a bit here in the last inning or so.
We've certainly seen more of the outer black called.
No balls and a strike to Irwin with runners at first and second and 1 out in the 5th. The pitch, that's low, ball 1. Irwin had the RBI double in the third that gave Ohio State the brief lead before Iowa answered with 6 in the bottom half of the inning. 1-1 pitch from Jack. Outside, ball 2.
Hawks got the shutdown inning in the top of the fourth after they scored 6. 2 more in the bottom of the fourth. You want to see Jack shut this down here, leave the lead at a touchdown.
The 2-1, that drops in for a strike. 2-2, a touchdown lead over Ohio State. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it, John?
I'm not sure if you're aware, Iowa beat Ohio State 55-24 once.
Really?
In the not too
how could
distant past.
There's no way that you nor I would ever forget that one. 2-2 pitch from Whitlock. Popped up, fouling out of play. A couple meetings since then. I don't remember those as well as the one in 2017.
It's all of, we talk about the selective memory.
Yes.
It happens in all walks of life and all different things. You certain things that you remember more vividly than others.
We'll do it again at 2-2 to Irwin from Whitlock. The pitch. Oh, it's a beauty, but it's called a ball just inside. Just a bit.
It was inside, but.
Oh, the crowd on the edge of their seat ready to rise up and give a round of applause to Whitlock on that pitch there. He'll have to try it again. Here comes the 3-2 from Jack. Popped up on the infield. Seegers battles the lights, moves over towards the line behind Tello. Michaels got it.
We've seen
2 down.
2 infield flies this game, which
I don't know if we've seen any of them all year.
Haven't seen very many, and all of a sudden we've got a couple of them. But good job there. And a lot of times you ask me, how did a guy lay off a pitch? And how Irwin laid off that middle one is he was completely fooled and his knees were buckled.
Right.
He had no chance to swing the bat there. Jack got the next one out over the plate, and he was able to swing at it, and he was still fooled by it.
Still 2 on for Ohio State with 2 outs this time. Here's Kazmar. He's another one of those left-handed hitters, and we've mentioned it a couple times. Whitlock trying to find that inside corner. Ohio State hitters, their toes are on the inside portion of the batter's box.
Well, again, he's trying to make sure they can't cheat and try to dive into those curveballs, but
1-0 hit into left center. Huckstorf moving over. It's going to get down and by him all the way to the wall. To the wall in left center. 2 runs will score for Ohio State, and it is 9-4 on the double from Kazmar. 2
walks. I mean, that's something that Jack doesn't do very often, but boy, did he pay for those 2. Actually, I guess that the first one was a single there,
right.
But the single and the walk keeps extending the inning and causing problems, and then well hit ball there as he threw the breaking ball. But we talked about that left-hander. If they can dive into that breaking ball, it's down low, but it's in the middle of the plate. Thought maybe Huck could run it down, but the ball just kept slicing away from him and got into the gap.
Buckeyes hanging around. It's 9-4 now in the 5th. Here's Kaiser. First pitch to him from Whitlock is inside. Not enough first pitch strikes so far today at all, John.
Well, and that's a big deal.
We talked about that in pregame. Like, this matchup with Ohio State will be good for the Hawks and the main one that came to mind was the first pitch strike.
Right. If you get ahead 0-1, all of a sudden the strike zone for the Buckeye hitters expands dramatically. They're heavy swingers of the bat if you're ahead, but as soon as you fall behind, they're patient. They're looking for their pitch.
1-1 hit weakly on the ground to first. This is foul. As DeRiggi gave chase, it's 1-2.
So it's not great, but it's still not the end of the world here. You get out of this inning, you finish it up. Jack is allowed to be less than superhuman.
Yes.
It happens. He'd come in with an outstanding ERA and only 1 earned run on the season. So
here's the 1-2, swing and a miss. Kaiser chased that one, low and out. Whitlock got him on a pitch that rolled right off the table. That'll do it for the top of the 5th. Ohio State gets a couple back. It's 9-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Iowa 9, Ohio State 4 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hawkeyes coming to the plate with Seegers, Frazier, and Moss. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, Michael making his way to the box to lead off the Hawkeye 5th. It's been a long game, John, already. We've had a lot of games this season that have gone much quicker than this one.
Well, we've thrown, we're halfway through the game, if you believe, 4.5 innings, 221 pitches so far.
Both teams are walking the opponents like crazy as Seegers will take the first one outside for a ball.
46.7% strikes for Ohio State, 48.2 for Iowa.
Oof. Either team finding it on Friday night. Here's the 1-0 to Michael. That's a strike on the inside corner. Lonkar is in the game still, and one of the stats we talked about, at least looked at, is appearances and then innings pitched, and they're pretty similar, meaning that Lonkar doesn't go very far, as the 1-1 is upstairs for a ball, 2-1.
14 appearances, 15 innings pitched. So, yeah, he's not very deep. I'm going to say, though, that pitch is really close to a strike as well. And so it's been a small strike zone.
Brought it down a little bit and got it called a strike that time, 2-2.
And so, yes, the pitchers have absolutely struggled finding the zone, but it's not generous, we'll call it.
Right. 2-2, Michael fouls it off. Out of the play. Ooh. And that one hit off the lights and came back into the seats. Who made that play over there? I believe that is, see which parent that is.
It's Ben's mom.
That's
Wilmus.
2-2 is a ground ball hit on the left side. Third baseman gloves it, throws in the dirt, and picked at first base. That's one out. Decent enough throw where it had enough time to bounce up.
No, I think he 100% did that on purpose. You know, that's a great throw on turf. You know, if you don't think you can get it all the way over in the air, or don't want to risk get it over in the air, especially with the turf a little wet, throw a fastball that bounces well in front of the first baseman so it gets a bigger hop. You know, and that way the first baseman can just basically field it like a ground ball, and it's an easy pick for him.
Here's the designated hitter today, Braden Frazier. He's 0 for 2 today. Nice for Braden to get in on some of the fun today. He and Seegers and Honar have yet to reach base as Frazier skies this into the night sky. Lipsy sprinting forward, still coming. It drops in between all three of them. Nobody made the play, and Frazier's on second base.
Cheapest double Frazier will have in his Hawkeye career. And a good hustle there to not pout and not think, oh, geez, I just popped it up. But that, to me, is the downside of the shift as well, is that ball is just up in the air. I don't know whether none of the outfielders could pick it, but that's a ball Lipsy's just got to come in and get it, as it basically landed right on the Tiger Hawk.
John, that landed right in front of the Tiger Hawk.
Right, and, I mean, great track out by Petterini, but Lipsy's got to get that ball.
One out, here's Moss. That one's inside for a ball. I want to give Lipsy a little bit of the benefit of the doubt there and say that he lost it at some point in the lights.
Only reasonable explanation.
Trying to give him the benefit there. 1-0 to Moss, low and out, ball 2. If you're looking at the shortstop, the second baseman that had to go all the way back to get that, the Tiger Hawk in the outfield is pretty far out there. I wouldn't really consider that shallow center, would you?
No. Now you got to make it hurt, though. You got to really do some damage here.
2-0 pitch to Moss. Fouled it off the catcher's glove, 2-1. Hawks lead at 9-4 in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, they gave you a chance instead of 2 up, 2 down. Now you got a runner in scoring position, just 1 out. Cade Moss has got a chance to make it sting a little, but you got to just keep driving it in here.
2-1, way outside, gets by the catcher, and Frazier will jog over to third base.
Boy, that was a weird one, too, because that ball stuck in the pack padding. Normally we've seen, we kind of joke about all those foul balls that come ricocheting back off, all the balls that hit padding. Ours isn't quite as bad as some of the brick backstops we've played on and with coming off, but usually you can see the ball come off, and that one just sat back there. And now all of a sudden the Hawks have the 10th run 90 feet away.
Infield comes in for Ohio State. With 1 out, the 3-1 pitch to Moss, up and in, ball 4. Cade draws yet another walk today. That's his second of the game.
Good patience there from Cade. Worked around, headed on down. Wilmus is coming to the plate for the 4th time in the game and still doesn't have an official at-bat, and he scored 3 runs.
Incredible for Wilmus. As he's in the box, runners at the corners with 1 out. First pitch to Ben. He squares to bunt, popped it up. The catcher comes back, and he caught it. Wilmus is out. There's 2 down.
Would have loved to have seen home plate umpire Grady Smith get tied up with Andrews there just a little bit longer. Great job from Andrews to kind of navigate his way around him and make the snag. But boy, for a lot of the good things the Hawks have done today, haven't done a very good job with the bases loaded and less than 2 out.
Runners at the corners. Here's a throw over to first. It's over the first baseman's head. Here comes Frazier. He'll score. Moss rounding second. He'll slam on the brakes there. And an error by Ohio State's pitcher, and that's how we get our 10th run of the game.
And good news, Hawks didn't have the bases loaded in less than 2 out, so even better there. But yeah that's Iowa. Wilmus will tell you he's got to do a better job with that bunt, and all of a sudden Loncar says, "Oh sorry about that. Here, watch this one." 6'6" guy tried to go slinging it over to first base to try to pick off the catcher.
Strange. All right, 10-4 is the score. This is a pitch that's low and out to Tello.
It kind of goes to your point earlier in the inning. Just an odd game right now.
Very strange. I mean, we're only in the 5th inning. It feels like we've been here for a long time.
And somehow the scoreboard doesn't want to give us the 10th run.
We are to 10. It is 10-4. This one way outside. Gets away from the catcher again. Moss over there to third as DeRiggi has to step back from the on-deck circle as to not interfere with the catcher, Andrews. Loncar's got to be towards the end here. He's really fallen off in his second inning of work.
Well, and we talked about it with Gehrig, and it's kind of the same thing here. Loncar was great coming in relief last inning and just mowed right through, got the 3 outs, and then comes in this time. There's nobody up in the bullpen, so he's the guy.
2-0 to Tello. High fly ball to left center. It's hit well, but Lipsy is over into the gap. He'll reach up into the night sky and make the catch for the 3rd out. Tello just missed that one. 1 run comes across for Iowa. We've played 5 here in Iowa City. Hawks up 10-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
All right, top of the 6th inning at Banks Field in Iowa City. Iowa 10, Ohio State 4. The Buckeyes bringing up the top of their order with Lipsy, and they'll face a new Iowa pitcher, the redshirt senior from Clinton, the lefty Jared Simpson.
Simpson 4-1 on the season with a 5.50 ERA, 34 1/3 innings, 30 hits, 21 runs have all been earned, 18 walks, 54 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .233 against him. Jared's hit 10 batters, and he'll get tested by 6 Ohio State left-handers. So could be a really good, really difficult matchup for Simpson to mow through some Buckeye hitters here.
Looking for somebody to have a clean appearance from the pitching side of things on either side, so we'll see if Simpson can get it done.
That'd be good. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Ohio State got a couple of runs in the 5th. Feels like if Iowa shuts them down in this inning, you could really kind of cruise and feel a little bit better about things.
Yeah, you'd like to get the 0 put back up here.
Not to say you're comfortable in being able to seal this one up, but anytime you kind of let a team hang around with things like this, it just keeps you on the edge of your seat. So we'll see Lipsy in there first. Simpson is ready. Lefty on lefty matchup here. First lefty into the game for the Hawkeyes today. This is a strike on the outside corner. Lipsy looks back at the umpire. Maybe he doesn't agree with it, but strike one.
I don't agree with it either, based on what we've seen so far. Good job from Cade to kind of catch it and be able to keep the frame.
Yep. 0-1 from Simpson. That's too far outside. No doubt that one's a ball. 1-1. Lipsy grounded out to second in the 4th. He's been hit by a pitch. He also reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning. Sophomore center fielder for the Buckeyes, as the 1-1 is swung on and missed. 1-2.
Just a quick look around. Purdue beat South Dakota State 10-7. Did I say South Dakota State? Did I say that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All of a sudden you had something in my head that didn't sound like I said that right. Kent State shuts out Western Michigan 5-0, so another Hawkeye opponent there.
1-2 from Simpson, fouled back.
Maryland beats Nebraska 8-4.
Boy, Nebraska's really fallen on hard times since they walked into here, haven't they?
9-7 now in the Big Ten.
They lost to North Dakota State in the midweek, is that right?
They did. Scored a couple runs in the 9th, but wasn't enough. Minnesota leads Michigan 4-0. Bottom of the 7th inning. That'd be a Hawkeye helper.
Yes. 1-2, swung on and missed. There's the first out of the inning. Rain really starting to come down now, by the way. A lot more umbrellas are out. Go ahead, John. Back to you with the scores.
Texas Tech 6-5 over Sam Houston State. Still top of the 5th inning there, as Texas Tech got 6 in the bottom of the 2nd. Indiana shuts out Northwestern 4-0. Rutgers on top of Penn State 3-0, top of the 5th.
Nittany Lions don't have a hit yet through 4.
Indiana State continues their big help of the Hawkeyes. Beat Bradley 6-1.
Yeah, the latest postseason predictions has Iowa as a 3 seed in the Terre Haute region. Wouldn't that be some sort of homecoming for Coach Heller?
That would be interesting.
1-0 pitch from Simpson is swung on and missed. It's 1-1.
I don't know if the NCAA baseball committee pays attention to that like the NCAA basketball does, but the rematch, that side of it, whether they put Iowa in a region with somebody they've already played or not.
Ball and a strike from Simpson. This one way inside, ball 2.
Evansville beats Illinois State 13-3. Oral Roberts beats St. Thomas 8-3. So yeah, the Hawks getting some help. LSU 3-0 over Auburn, top of the 8th inning. So Iowa getting some help around.
Simpson ready for the 2-1 pitch. It's on its way home. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Be a little bit challenging for the Iowa pitchers right now to be able to grip the baseball as cleanly as they typically expect with the rain coming down.
I think I know why Gravelin scored to bunt, though, is he's been just kind of overwhelmed here on the two fastballs that Jarrett's thrown.
That one looked great, and it was definitely in the zone. Not called a strike, however. I think the home plate umpire, Grady Smith, might have blinked on that one, and the count's full.
Wow.
That's your low inside corner on the tic-tac-toe board, right? Bottom left?
Right, but it's right in the center of that square, so.
Well, hit it again. Here's the 3-2. Foul to the right side. Crowd thinning out just a bit, maybe taking a little bit of cover underneath the stands.
Refuge in the tunnel.
This is a very short-lived rain, however.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yep. Unless something has changed in the last 10 minutes when I looked last. Full count pitch from Simpson. Here it is. Ground ball right side. Another one weakly hit to DeRiggi. He'll have to toss it to Simpson, who's covering. Is he out? He is. Bang, bang, play. Good job by Simpson to get over there.
The white-shoed Simpson slammed right down in front of Gravelin. And
2 up, 2 down.
2 away.
First baseman Marcus Ernst.
Haven't had too many clean ones all the way through, so let's see if he can finish it off here.
The batter is Ernst. He walked in the third, would later score. Lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch is high and out. Ball 1. Couple of ground outs for Ernst. He's been the main guy that's hit him over to DeRiggi all day today.
Yeah, Honar out in 2 steps out in the outfield grass to right field.
There's a strike. Dealt by Simpson on the outside corner, 1-1.
Well, what makes Simpson so difficult with left-handers is, he sets up all the way on the first base side of the rubber, so he can really create an angle on the left-handed hitter. It also makes it hard for him to come inside, but he can really kind of get to that outside part of the plate.
Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Unless Jerry throws kind of a little bit of a screwball that comes back to the back end side, he's always going to have a hard time busting it inside, but he can throw that fastball at an angle, which is still working away, and then if he throws the breaking ball, then it really gets off the left-hander's bat.
That one probably slipped out of the hand, and it bounced well in front of the plate for a ball.
Cade Moss, though, that's one you just want to tell Cade, hey, let that one go, man.
Oh,
there's no reason for you to take that ball anywhere at this point. There's nobody on base, but they're so ingrained in protecting the ball, framing it.
Here's the 2-2 from Simpson. Line foul. Opposite field. We'll do it again.
I don't know if we ever cleaned up Whitlock. 2 1/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Couple walks, 3 strikeouts, 25 strikes on 48 pitches, so.
A little bit better.
Yeah, not the typical sharp you see out of Jack, but good enough today.
2-2, fouled off Moss. Ernst is hanging tough. Iowa 10-4 in the top of the 6th inning.
Ernst, 273 hitter. Got good pop. He and Petterini have the highest slugging percentages in the starting lineup today for Ohio State.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Simpson got him with an off speed on the outside corner. The second strikeout of the inning for Jarrett, and that'll wrap things up in the top of the 6th. Iowa 10-4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be DeRiggi, Huckstorf, and Peterson coming to the box for Iowa. Loncar still out there for Ohio State. I think that's pretty surprising in my opinion. What do you think?
Based on what his track record is for the season, absolutely that he's still out there slinging it. But again, if you're Ohio State, somebody's got to take one on the chin. And so far he's done fine. You know, he kind of mowed through the 5th inning when he came in, or 4th inning when he came in, had a little trouble last inning, but Hawks bailed him out a little bit, and he got out relatively clean. So I think, again, you've just got to go back. As a Hawkeye hitter, you've got to go back now and just have good discipline and kind of keep torturing him a little bit. But when you look back at last year, Loncar had 13 appearances, 10 starts, and 51 innings. So while it's new for him this year, it's not something he hasn't done before. Mm-hmm. So they could get a couple innings out of him.
DeRiggi's in the box, and the strike is dealt to him. Low portion of the zone. Brennan is just 1 for 1 today, a couple of walks, but he has the grand slam. Got 5 RBIs today.
And more importantly, if it starts to rain hard, do we have valet parking to get my car?
Oh, you quite a distance away here. This one way inside, skips to the plate, and it's 1-1. I'll give you a ride to your car. I'll give you a ride to your car, John.
That way. I knew I could count on you. But how far do I have to walk in the rain to your car?
Not too far.
All right.
Just over there to the right. Here's the 1-1 to DeRiggi. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good fastball there up in the zone. DeRiggi saw it, loved it, just couldn't quite get all the way up to it.
Pretty similar to the pitch that he hit out earlier today, don't you think? That high outside one that just out to center. Here comes the 1-2. That's outside for a ball.
So, I mean, if you're Ohio State, you want Loncar to get as deep into this game as you can. You know, try not to use 3 more arms or 2 more arms. Try to limit it to just 1 more arm after this one as gets the swing and a miss there from DeRiggi. 1 away here in the 6th.
Off to a good start. Rain's still coming down a bit. I'm not sure that it's going anywhere, unfortunately, John, based on the viewing I had of the radar in between innings.
You told me before it was going to be short-lived.
I thought so, too.
You can't have it both ways.
It's got some development there on the backside. Here's Huckstorf into the box. And a strike called.
Oh, my goodness.
That's tough. That one was both low and outside, but ruled a strike. 0-1 for Huckstorf. He can't really catch a break today as he lines this one into right. It will be caught. Bad luck for Huck. Feels like a majority of the season, if we're being honest, to this point.
Well, yeah, he came back from the injury early in the year and was just on fire at that point, and kind of had a little bit of a tip over there, and has had a hard time and had had some self-inflicted stuff, and then had some just bad luck there with.
I mean, that was an incredible frame job there by Andrews. That pitch was a few inches outside, and he brought it back in. It was called a strike for Peterson.
Well, maybe our home plate umpire's seen the radar too. So
that one's definitely a ball, 1-1.
So maybe we're at the expansion portion of the program, and which is fine. I mean, because again, he's been very consistent for both teams that way. It's just we're now changing what it is a little bit.
Too far outside on that one. 2-1 to Peterson with 2 outs. In the Iowa 6th. It's 10-4.
Petey with 3 runs driven in today.
Very solid day as he crushes this one high and deep to left. Left fielder going back. He's at the wall, and he lost it. It's over the wall. It's a home run for Sam Peterson. A solo shot to left.
Well, good news there for Gravelin as he's tracking it back. He gets to the wall, looks up. I don't know whether he got hit with raindrops, but he couldn't find it. But in any event, 105 off the bat, 397. So I don't think he was even particularly close to catching it. as Petey gets his second home run of the game. Hawks back up a touchdown.
Only person that would be finding that one is somebody driving on the street out there, John.
Yeah, we do have some traffic out there, so hopefully it was well timed by some of the cars, and Petey got it in between.
Second home run of the day for Petey. This time of the solo variety. It's 11-4 in the sixth. Honar's in the box now. I was just about to say how great it is to have his bat back in the lineup, and it's been a message that's been driven home to us from Coach Heller since his injury.
That is Petey's first multi-homer game of his Hawkeye career, and I don't know, I've got a sneaking suspicion it won't be his last.
I agree with you on that. The pitch to Honar is low and in.
Petey now also has got the average up to 324 on top of that. So really, really nice job from him coming back from the injury as well.
This one's ripped on the ground to second and through into right field for a base hit, I think. They are going to give it a hit for Honar.
And heck, that was always going to be a tough play for Petterini. If he catches out of the backhand where he was out in the outfield, that's still a long throw. I mean, it was hard hit, so he would have had some time to throw it, but wasn't going to be an easy throw. And I think that's the other thing about the shift is you start having to field balls at awkward angles.
Yeah.
And so, I mean,
and then the muscle memory from the throw is gone too. You got to work a different angle on the throw as well as Seegers flares this into right center. This one could be trouble. It is down for a base hit and all the way to the wall. Here comes Honar. He'll score. Seegers heading for third as he's got a triple to bring home another Hawkeye run. It's 12-4.
Triple number 3 on the season for Michael Seegers as he gets another RBI, and the Hawks put up another crooked number.
There we go. All right, I'll give it to you, John. I'll let you have it. 2 across already in the sixth. It's 12-4, really putting it on the Buckeyes now.
Well, let's get Braden Frazier going.
Yes. Frazier can drive home a run with a base hit. He's up with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Frazier takes it. Strike. Below the knees a bit, but called a strike. Here's the 0-1. Braden fouls this one straight back, causing those in the front row to flinch. And it's 0-2.
Might have caused me to flinch. He was right on that one.
Base hit for Braden would be so big for his confidence. Here comes the 0-2. That's outside, ball 1.
I like how you had to kind of pause and held that a little bit.
Yeah.
Because while it was, we're not entirely sure.
Seegers at third with 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 to Frazier. That's high again, ball 2.
Season high attendance today, 1,907. Really
feels like it, don't you think?
Yeah, it's been a great crowd, and unfortunately they didn't get the best weather, but a good turnout. And there's still quite a few here.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, Frazier swings and misses. That'll do it for the 6th inning. A couple of runs come across for Iowa. It's now 12-4. Hawks out in front, extending their lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
An easy pill to swallow? Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Iowa putting a little bit more distance between them and the Buckeyes right now. It's 12-4 as we get to the top of the 7th. Jared Simpson out for another inning of work.
University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes.
All right, so Simpson towing the rubber. He set down Ohio State 1-2-3 in the 6th. With a couple of strikeouts.
More of that. More of that.
Yes. It was nice to have a quick, clean inning. I'm looking at my scorebook, and it's a mess. On the right side, I like the mess over there. It's a lot of runs coming through. But on the left side, just a little bit of action the first 5 innings for Ohio State. A little bit of traffic, but we really held them in check. They've got 4 runs on 4 hits. They've committed 2 errors in the field. On the flip side, Iowa, 12 runs on 9 hits. No errors defensively. Here is Andrews against Simpson, and this one is hit foul into the screen. Andrews today is 1 for 3. Does have a couple of strikeouts this evening. Right-handed hitter. Simpson ready at the belt. Here comes the 0-1. That's in there for a strike, 0-2.
And he's actually one of the few hitters on the Buckeyes, one of the few hitters anywhere, to be honest, that has more walks than strikeouts. So, a high-volume guy. So really does a nice job controlling the strike zone. Now with 2 strikeouts today, he's even, 29-29. But, really does a good job managing the plate. Ooh.
That one just high. Looked really good from Simpson. It was just about to be uneven with that stat you just gave right there, John. Trying to go for the hat trick if Simpson can ring him up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, starting off the 7th inning. The pause, the pitch from Jared. Popped up right side. DeRiggy's going to run down the line in right. He's in foul territory, now back in fair, and he's got it. Out number 1.
Yeah, I thought that ball was going to easily drift foul, and DeRiggy was going to have to keep chasing it. And then as it kind of just kept drifting, and not sure if he'd have let that bounce where it would have ended up. But good catch there anyway. And again, as we look around, one of the few times we've been at Dwayne Banks this season, or any ballpark this season, and flags are not moving.
Yep, you'd have to guess which team each flag is out there based on the colors. You won't be able to read the print on them today. Simpson versus Petterini. First pitch strike from Jared.
Petterini's had a good day, 1 for 2, scored a couple runs. 313 hitter on the season.
Yeah, he leads the team. He's been one of the bright spots for Ohio State tonight. Here's the 0-1. Just low and out from Simpson. Iowa's got Chaz Wheatley down in the bullpen along with Luke Llewellyn. Nobody throwing, though, just the bodies down there. Ball and a strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Simpson. That skipped to the plate, ball 2.
Yeah, Chaz might be your fireman tonight, where he tries to get you out of an inning, and maybe Luke comes in for the 8th and Christo comes in for the 9th or something like that. Let's have Jared get us through the 7th
right.
first.
We'll begin with that. Here comes the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Probably chase that one, 2-2. High fastball from Simpson in the low 90s.
It just looks so good coming in there, and you think, oh man, I can hit this, and no, you can't.
No.
And not very many people can.
Right.
You got to get your bat moving to get up on a fastball that's that up in the zone.
Ground ball hit foul past the third base coach down the line and left. Iowa scored in every inning today with the exception of the 2nd. Ohio State scored in the 3rd and the 5th. The 2-2 is inside, ball 3. Good pitch. That's one of those that I'll go back to and say, I don't know how Petterini doesn't really swing at that one. It's close enough, but just a bit inside from Simpson. Now he's really got to deal one in there with the full count. 1 out in the inning, bases empty. The pitch. Ground ball left side. This will be a tough play. Tello dives. Seegers knocks it down behind him, and it'll be an infield single for Petterini.
Well, we talked earlier in the game about Honar had one that was rocketed right at him on the shift, and that time you make the shift and you get punished for it. As Seegers was way up the middle, he's in normal shortstop position. He goes in and makes that pickup. But good pitch from Jared, got it up and in the strike zone, and then just kind of got fisted out into the hole there with no real chance to pick it up.
That'll break things up for Simpson. He retired the first 4 that he had seen tonight. Now we'll see Oakley, left-handed hitter. He backs away from that one. It was high and tight, ball 1.
It was over the middle of the plate, and he dove away like it about hit him.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, if you're going to dive across the plate trying to hit the slider, then you better watch out when the fastball comes back in. That's what we talked about earlier, too. Jared, because of the angles he tries to set up, has a hard time getting to the inside part of the plate.
There's a strike, brought that one down a bit. It's 1-1.
Minnesota trying to do the Hawks a solid, lead Michigan 4-0, top of the ninth, 2 outs.
Be a big win for us.
Helps RPI points and helps in the conference standings.
Ball and a strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Simpson, just outside, ball 2. Boy, Jared's been right around this inning, hasn't he?
Oh, he has been, and again, we've kind of seen a mercurial, is that how I want to say that, strike zone?
Short lead at first, extending a bit. The 2-1 is lined into right. That's a base hit. Dropping in front of Wilmus. Ben will pick it up. The runner trying to go to third. It's cut off by Seegers. Throw to third just a bit late. Did the hand come off the bag? It did not. And so really nice base running there by Petterini to get to third. Back-to-back singles now for Ohio State in the 7th.
Yeah, he was full go. The ball kind of caught Wilmus almost a little bit between hops. If he could have caught a bigger hop, he might have had been able to get the throw off a little bit quicker, but instead had to kind of catch it on a short hop. Actually did a nice job to pick that one, but then just wasn't in a great throwing position to quickly get it back in. And now you just want to see Jared settle it down and get out of this inning.
1 out, runners at the corners for Ohio State. First pitch strike to Nick Irwin. Irwin's been on a couple of times tonight. RBI double in the 3rd. Popped up to Seegers his last time up.
It feels like the bottom of the order's created most of the havoc. Hawks have done a good job with the top.
0-1 rises high, and that's out of the zone. Use one of those ground balls right up the middle, huh?
Take one of those if you want to roll over a 6-4-3 double play, or Honar's got a little shift on. Maybe he's expecting maybe a little soft line ground ball up the middle.
1-1 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. It's 1-2. Iowa leading 12-4 in the top of the 7th as the sun is set. The rain continues to fall in Iowa City. A little bit harder now.
I'll take a Jerry strikeout too.
Yes, that'd be all right. He's already got 2 today. Moss setting up outside. Here comes the 1-2. Line drive into right. Wilmus sprinting over towards the line. He dropped it. Off the heel of the glove, a run will score for Ohio State. And it's 12-5 on the error by Wilmus out there in right. Never really got under it. Tried to play it off to his side, and it kicked off his heel.
It looked like the ball was just kind of moving away from him, and it obviously looked like he tracked it well and got there, and unfortunately didn't finish the deal. And so instead of 2 outs, runner on first, and no real problem. Now you've still got 1 out and a couple base runners on. So Jared will have to pick him up and pitch out of some trouble here.
Still nobody throwing for Iowa in the bullpen either. So really trying to rely on Simpson to get us out of here in the 7th. Iowa leading 12-5. Ohio State has scored. They didn't score in the 1st, but they scored in the 3rd, 5th, and the 7th. How about that? Every other inning since then.
And Jared's been good this inning. He gave up an infield ground ball single that just kind of wedged to the right place. Good base running on the next hard hit single. Oh man!
That one outside to start off the at bat to Kazmar, a bit low too, and it's ball 1. Runners on first and second with one out. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
I mean, as a whole, we just keep continuing with this is a really weird game.
Yeah.
You know, Hawks are a really good fielding team, don't have a ton of outfield errors, and don't have a ton of errors anywhere, but get an outfield error there.
Been a strange night. 1-1 pitch, drifted outside, ball 2. Starting to get concerned at all about this rain, John?
No. Open up.
Coming down pretty good.
Oh, yeah, see it in the lights now.
Yeah.
Umpires don't seem concerned. Again, we at least don't have to worry about the infield being unplayable.
2-1 is hit on the ground to DeRiggi at first. This is foul, though, kicking over there right at the last second. It'll be 2-2.
And, you know, and it's possible, too, that's, you know, maybe Wilmus had a hard time tracking it. You're looking up, you're getting pelted in the eyes with rain, and, you know, you worry about lights and glare and or fighting the sun and things like that. But, you know, looking up in the rain isn't exactly you don't practice that very often either, so it's not a normal play.
From the belt, Simpson's ready with the 2-2. That's low and out, ball 3.
My guess is you're going to see a little bit more urgency in the bullpen here. Just again, Jared hasn't done a ton wrong this inning, but hasn't been particularly rewarded. But now you don't want to add a free base and start causing self-induced problem.
Couple of runners out there for Ohio State in the 7th. Here comes another 3-2 from Simpson. Called third strike. Got him on the low and outside corner. That's a big strike out there for Simpson, his 3rd.
That is an outstanding pitch from Jared as he just painted the low outside part of the plate. And Ohio State will send up a pinch hitter.
They'll bring in Joey Aiden. Aiden's a right-handed hitter. He'll come in for Kaiser, the designated hitter, in the 9 spot.
Just at bat number 7 for Aiden. But again, he's a guy that's going to go up there and going to take some pitches and make you throw strikes.
First one to him is low and in, kicked away from Moss. And now 2 in scoring position for Ohio State with 2 outs. Iowa's still up by 7, so certainly comfortable. I think that has a little bit to do with the fact that Simpson stayed in the game as long as he has in this inning.
Yeah, that pitch didn't seem that bad. I don't know whether it just kind of crossed up Moss or certainly seemed like a catchable ball for Cade.
One more out to get in the 7th here, Jared. The 1-0 is in there for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, I just want to see him kind of continue to attack here, finish this off.
Experience certainly favors him, right?
You would think so. Guy you'd think that your stuff's going to be better than.
Yep. Big open stance for Aiden. Line drive, base hit into right. 1 run is in. Here comes another. 12-7. A guy hitting 167 with 6 plate appearances. Brings home 2 runs. Ohio State not done yet. It's 12-7, and there's a little bit of frenzy in the bullpen now for Iowa.
That's a pretty good pitch, too. Low and away, and Aiden just did a good job. Went with it. Drove it out into right field. Showed he went the opposite way, and a couple of unearned runs have the Hawks back to nail bite time.
Back to the top of the order now for Ohio State. It's not out of the woods. Can't put them away yet. They keep battling. I'm a little bit surprised by it, honestly. Had them down by multiple runs a couple of times tonight.
Well, just, you know, a couple of those chances where you had chances for really big innings again. You know, Hawks get 2, 1, and 2 instead of, 5.
Yep.
And just didn't really take it and finish it. It's still a comfortable lead, but it could be a cruising game here, and it's not right now.
Ball and a strike with 2 outs. The pitch to Lipsy. Another strike, 1-2.
Now you just need to make a good pitch. It doesn't have, you can't miss center here. Pick your edge, work your pitch off that, and nibble out there.
Moss is set up out there, and it drifted just off the plate away from Lipsy, the left-handed hitter. It's 2-2.
It's a good pitch. Now 2-2. You got to make it happen here. You don't need to go to 3-2 and let Aiden get on the move.
Attack mode from Simpson. From the belt, the pitch. Low and out, ball 3.
Good job from Lipsy to not go fishing after the breaking ball.
Full count, so the runner will be going at first. DeRiggi no longer holding him. Here comes the 3-2. High and out, ball 4.
I'm going to guess that's going to do it for Simpson. I think you're going to see one or the other come in now. I don't
Left fielder, Matthew Gravelin.
see Louis pop in here or see Chaz try to close out the inning.
Wheatley has been really the only Hawkeye throwing down there. And we see Coach Heller come out of the dugout. That's going to do it for Simpson. Ohio State hanging around now in the 7th. They've put across 3. Iowa up by 5 right now. It's 12-7. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
It just has not been an easy game today. Iowa still leading 12-7, but Ohio State making it tough on us today. They've put 3 across now in the 7th, and they're hanging around as we get to the later innings of this one. A pitching change for the Hawkeyes will bring in the sophomore right-hander from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Chaz Wheatley is into the game.
Appearance number 12 for Chaz. 1.93 ERA, 9 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which are earned, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 200 against Chaz, and he needs to put this fire out.
Hard-throwing right-hander has been pretty good for Iowa out of the bullpen this season. As we look at the pitching for Iowa today, not its best. It's been okay. Not great, though. 7 walks to 8 strikeouts. That's one thing that you look at for starters. But Ohio State now is actually starting to hit the ball around.
Well, and Simpson's going to be a little bit of a hard luck here. 1 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. Just one of those are earned. The 2 guys still on base are both unearned runs if they happen to score. Walked 1, struck out 3. Probably pitched better than his line is going to end up reflecting. So when corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
You know, we talked about getting to Ohio State's bullpen and making them burn a lot of arms. I think it just kind of feels like we've burned quite a few arms today, too. What do you think?
Well, certainly, but so far, and it depends on how far Chaz can go here. So far, it probably isn't anything outside of what you'd normally do. The nice part would have been to maintain the 12-4 or extend on that lead, and then you can choose, you know, maybe you're picking a little bit differently from your bullpen.
Well, there's 2 outs in the 7th as Wheatley enters the game. Deals a fastball inside to Gravelin. Gravelin hasn't hurt us too much today. The 1-0 is way outside and low, backhanded by Moss, 2-0. So Wheatley's missed in and he's missed out.
Yeah, that one was not particularly close. You're right. It is starting to rain pretty good right now.
2-0 pitch from Wheatley. Inside, ball 3.
Gets real interesting when you get to the home run leader, Ernst, on deck.
Yeah, that's not something I'd like to see here in the 7th, but it's 3-0. Chaz got some work to do. That's a strike at the knees, 3-1. It's getting a little chilly now. The rain really coming down.
I think on that way, which way it moves, it looks like we could be.
Here's a chopper to Seegers at short. He'll play it off the turf. Throw to second is in time. Smart, quick play there by Michael to get it to Honar quickly. And that'll do it for the top of the 7th. But the Buckeyes score 3. Iowa 12, Ohio State 7. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Don't let life get in the way of what's most important. Visit shelterinsurance.com to learn more. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Well, you're all stretched out at Dwayne Banks. Bottom of the 7th coming up. It's Iowa 12, Ohio State 7. Gave a few back to the Buckeyes there in that inning. So let's get him back ourselves. Cade Moss will be the leadoff man with Ben Wilmus and Raider Tello to follow. And Iowa trying to add to their 5-run lead as we get down to the late innings here at Dwayne Banks, but only up by 5 right now. You get a number on this pitcher, John?
I believe it's Cole Pauley.
Okay. Cole Pauley is at the top of their list when it comes to statistical ERA with a 3.12. So I think it's Pauley into the game. I'll go with you on that, John. Go ahead.
8 appearances. This will be number 9. 8 2/3 innings. 4 hits, 3 runs. They've all been earned. 11 walks. 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 148 against him, but hard to hit a guy when you've given up 11 walks. Pauley will, he's going to bring that fastball in right around 90 plus or minus a little bit. Slider, changeup. Again, chance to, slider's more of just kind of a spinner that the Hawkeyes should be able to see. And Cade Moss should be able to get the party started and get a couple of those runs back.
Well, let's start to build some insurance. You just don't feel like it'll be enough at this point.
12 runs will be enough.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. Well, just in case, let's go for a couple more, huh?
I'm all for that, but 12 runs will be enough.
Here is Moss in the box. There's a strike from Pauley to get things started. Moss has been good leading off innings today, hasn't he? He singled to lead off the 3rd, and that was a big inning for Iowa. So was the 4th. And he walked and scored to get that one going. Here's the 0-1 pitch inside, hit him. Ouch. Moss is on first.
Actually, 417 as a leadoff hitter, so nice job there to get it started that way, and didn't have to take the full brunt of it. So we'll see. Wilmus tried to bunt. Whatever the last.
It was his last time up in the 5th.
Back in the 5th, and popped it up. So. See if he gets called on again or asked to do something a little different here.
Getting ready for the first pitch to Wilmus. Here it is. He squares to bunt, pulls it back, snap throw down to first, and Moss is back safely. Boy, Andrews got a little something for Moss down there. He doesn't like him getting off the bag at first.
Well, evidently, and Moss really wasn't leaning much, but catcher being angry on the catcher again.
I've seen Cade do that to him. But you know why not? Because Andrews hasn't gotten on base today.
Maybe that's what he's mad about.
1-0 pitch to Wilmus. That's high, ball 2.
I mean, we've seen this from Paulie so far. I mean, that's, just even the quick read of the stats, 11 walks, 2 hit batters, so 13 free bases in 8 2/3 innings. So, if Hawkeyes show some patience here, they can get these runs back.
Ooh, that's way up and in on Wilmus. He spins out of the way, ball 3. Hit by pitch for Moss to lead off the inning. And so we'll have a mound visit now as Andrews slowly walks out to the mound.
I'm just looking back up at the lights. It kind of looks like it might have stopped.
Yeah, it has. The rain has lessened a bit. Unfortunately for some of the fans, maybe about half of them, John, the attendance has taken a big hit.
Yeah, we're down to small but mighty now.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that there have been, I don't know, a ton of walks today.
Well, I mean, we're approaching 3 hours.
Right.
And we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. We had the golf outing earlier today.
It's been a long day for a lot of people. Here's the 3-0 to Wilmus. High and tight, ball 4. A couple of free bases to start things in the 7th. Now you can really drive home the dagger on Ohio State here.
You got to ask the question, though, with you get back, and it's 12-7. You're kind of in the range. And I mean, I know the batting average against is lousy, but hitters have a hard time hitting him, but the free bases are excessive, and you get a team against like Iowa who does have good plate discipline. He just seems to be a terrible matchup, and Ohio State might have realized that.
Yeah, we're going to have at least a mound visit here. The same guy that does their mound visits is also the one that makes the changes. That's pitching coach Sean Allen, and so he's walking out to the mound right now. Looks like this is just...
You call that walking?
If you can go a step below that, what would that be?
Stroll?
Shuffling?
He wasn't shuffling.
No, shuffling's kind of quick, isn't it?
Yeah, strolling. Meander.
Yeah, moseying.
Oh, yeah.
Snail-like.
And we are going to have a change.
Oh, they make a change now after all that. I believe still nobody coming out of the bullpen. They're just taking their time.
Well, umpires have called it, and they just now they just have to get him out of there.
So Ohio State burns a pitcher in the bottom of the 7th. We'll have a pitching change. Iowa 12, Ohio State 7. A couple of runners on for the Hawkeyes. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Ohio State back to the bullpen once again in the 7th. They'll bring in the 5th-year right-hander Jamison Campbell.
5.19 ERA. He's 1-0 in what will be now 9 appearances, 8 2/3 innings, 10 hits, 5 runs. They've all been earned, 8 walks. So again, a little bit of a control issue. 12 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .286 against him. Got a good fastball, going to be the low 90s. That's kind of what he's going to showcase, and then a couple other good mixes after that.
Does he throw strikes, John?
Well, ish.
Kinda.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, 8 2/3 innings and 8 walks, so short answer's not all the time.
It's a dangerous game to play with a pitcher that maybe a little inconsistent with the strike zone. And you got Iowa hitters that are tearing the cover off the ball the last couple of weeks now. And a really good part of the order coming up with Tello leading things off against this new pitcher. Runners at first and second for Iowa with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Iowa 12, Ohio State 7. And it really feels like if the Hawks put up multiple runs here, that could be the final blow to knock out the Buckeyes tonight. Tello's in the box. First pitch, softly hit to short, picked up by the shortstop, throw to second, and he is out at second base. Wilmus out there. Tello will get to first. Runners at the corners with one out. Tough play there for the shortstop, Kazmar, who had to play the ball around a Cade Moss that was dancing around in front of it. So Tello gets on first. Wilmus out at second. And DeRiggi is into the box now. Rain subsiding. Fans are having quite a bit of fun now, singing along to almost every song that's played. The first pitch to DeRiggi's a called strike on the outside corner. DeRiggi today 1 for 2. He has 2 walks, and he sandwiched those with a grand slam back in the third. He did strike out his last time up. Ohio State a bit confused defensively on their shift as Brennan spikes this back foul into the net. It's 0-2. Middle infield was dancing around from to the right of the bag, then to the left of it. Finally settled on a slight shift to the right. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Iowa 12-7. Runners at the corners for DeRiggi. The pitch is just outside to the Hawkeye first baseman. He's been active defensively as well. A lot of ground balls and weak pop-ups hit his way today. He's worked a 1-2 count with 1 out. Tello at first. And Moss at third. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball right side. Second baseman gloves it. This could be trouble. On to second for 1 to first. He's safe at first. And Moss will score on the backside. It's 13-7 now. Slowly developing potential double play ball.
Oh, yeah, just a slow roller there. And I guess the good news, again, for the Hawks hasn't necessarily been the flashiest inning, but you do get 1 back to answer the 3 that Ohio State got in the top of the inning.
We'll take that, 13-7. Here's Huckstorf, a swing and a miss to start his at bat. Kyle tried to turn on that one. 90 miles an hour on the inside corner.
Kind of saw this stretch from Kyle last year, too, where he kind of went into a little lull and then really ramped it up come Big Ten tournament time.
We're getting towards that part of the season, aren't we? We got a couple weeks to go.
Well, Kyle set the Big Ten record for RBIs in the game there against Indiana right before the tournament. So feels like a good time for Kyle to get hot again.
So far today, he's 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI.
Diving back on this turf now just makes you feel like you're going to get your uniform soaked.
Right. I think it was Tello's. DeRiggi's is dirtied up now. Tello's is an absolute disaster after he dove for that ground ball at third a couple innings ago.
It's funny because it's, again, not a dirt infield, but boy, you still kind of track up and leave marks.
Yep. Huckstorf pops this one up on the infield. Third baseman can't find it. Now he comes over into foul territory and could not make the play. Overran it and it bounced over his head.
Yeah, Irwin glanced up, just couldn't see it right away, but then tracked it and thought, well, okay, he's got it. But then as he hustled in, those balls end up spinning back toward the infield a lot, and he overran it and spun right back over his head. Huckstorf gets another chance.
Campbell gets the sign from Andrews. Here's the 1-2. Another pop-up. This one to the right side of the infield. First baseman waves off everybody. It's Ernst, and he'll catch that one. And that'll do it. We've played 7 in Iowa City. Hawks get another one on the board. It's 13-7. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowансWin.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th, John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks this evening. Temperatures dropped a bit. Rain's been coming down for quite a bit. Iowa leads at 13-7. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, good part of the order coming up for Ohio State. Ernst, Andrews, and Petterini against Chaz Wheatley. First pitch from Chaz is low, ball one. Still got the tight zone through the first 7+.
We're back to the tight zone.
Back to it, man.
We had an inning there where we went away from the tight zone.
There's a strike, brought it up a bit, 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked fairly repeatedly about it today, but, you know, if you're Chaz, attack the strike zone.
Yep.
I mean, even if they hit you right now, you've got a 6-run lead, make them earn it. He fouls that one out of play, 1-2. But, you know, you just can't give free bases then and then give the line drive double or the hard single to add to the pile, especially up 6. You know, when you're up 8, you know, Iowa hurt themselves with, you know, a walk and an error.
Here's a ground ball to the right side. Honar waits for it. He's got it in shallow right. He'll throw it over to DeRiggi. And just to your point right there, get a ground ball out to start the 8th.
Well, and, you know, nothing's easy right now. You've seen some drop pop-ups, drop fly balls, some different things that way. You know, with all the wetness, you got to make sure that you field everything cleanly. You know, and then if you're the hitter, don't assume that you're going to get thrown out. You know, make a move. Aggressively run the bases. Great breaking ball there from Wheatley for strike 1. Because there just isn't anything easy right now about fielding the ball. It has mostly stopped raining, but it's still a wet ball.
Yeah. That's going to kick up some water on the way through. Andrews is in the box, a 1-1 count. Pitch from Wheatley on its way. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Go ahead.
I was just saying, now you're ahead. You know, Go ahead and pick your outer part of the zone, work the breaking ball off there, and see if you can get a swing and miss here.
He does get that. A beautiful pitch. It's in the dirt, so Moss is going to have to throw it down to first. And that's a good connection there. 2 down. That pitch was nasty.
Right, that was a not even closer, but not even close one. But again, when you're that far ahead and you get a guy that's aggressive and wants to swing, that's why you don't want to miss in the middle of the plate if he's going to help you out.
That thing started outside and just kept going and going and going. That's a strikeout for Wheatley. Fastball off the plate away from Petterini. Now Petterini's been the star of the show offensively for the Buckeyes today.
And that's what's funny about Andrews. You know, Andrews came into the game with, you know, that misses low with that high walk total versus strikeouts. And today, Hawk pitchers have kind of been able to get him, and he popped the one up to avoid the strikeout. But otherwise, the Hawks have had a pretty good job of getting him out.
2-0 pitch from Wheatley. That dropped low, ball 3.
Yeah, Petterini's, I mean, I guess the game plan's to wear him out. The one was a fielder's choice, but otherwise he's 2 for 3, scored 3 runs. And about to spend some more time on the base paths with a 4-pitch walk again. Boy, I always had way too many of those.
Yes, just kind of at bats that not really in them. You know, counts that never really get to 2-0 and then back with a 2-1. It's just kind of snowballed. Thankfully, Iowa leading 13-7 because their offense has really been firing today, and Ohio State seemed to be said for their pitching. They've given us a lot of gifts, and we've made them pay.
Well, we were joking at the break. You know, the game has had strike there. The game has had before this inning started. So through 6.5 innings, the game had one more strike than ball.
Incredible.
There was so a little less than
combined. For both teams.
For both teams.
No balls and a strike to Oakley. Left-handed hitter with 2 outs. Runner at first, top of the 8th. Here's the pitch. Inside. Where did that miss? It didn't.
That didn't miss, but
man,
the umpire didn't quite get the memo. Yeah, Ohio State finally at the top of the inning now. They're above the 83 strikes to 81 balls. Iowa 94 to 89.
Check swing on the slider. Didn't go around. It's 2-1. We'll play Ohio State tomorrow starting at 1 o'clock Central Time. Game televised on Big Ten Network. Sync up our audio to that broadcast if you enjoy listening to Hawkeye baseball. Here's the 2-1. Runner takes off. Pitch is outside. No throw down. Here's this. It's past 9 o'clock now. We're over 3 hours. Pretty much gonna have to get the guys home whenever that is and get them a good night's sleep. Quick turnaround to play tomorrow at this point. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Wheatley is ready. The pitch on its way home. Inside, ball 4. That's close again. Didn't get the call.
There was 2 pitches in that at bat that certainly could have been called strikes. The one should have been called a strike. You can argue that one if you want, but boy, it all of a sudden got really tight on that inside part of the plate.
So you get the first 2 outs pretty quickly, and now back-to-back walks has made this inning interesting. With 2 on and 2 out, there's a strike to Irwin. Irwin in the box, reached on an error in the 7th. He would later score. 0-1 from Wheatley. Line drive past a diving Tello into the corner. Big-time trouble now. Another run in for Ohio State. They'll send a second. 13-9. Double from Irwin. His second of the game. Just can't put these guys away.
Well, not when you walk 2 guys after you have 2 outs. I mean, all this has been. Both teams now have walked 9 guys. That's actually before that at bat. Ohio State was 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position. So, good job on their part now to get another one. But get up to 4 for 17 now. But Coach Heller will come out and make the change. You'll probably see Louis come in to try to close it out.
Yeah, pitching change coming for the Hawkeyes as Luke Llewellyn is coming in with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
All right, the Hawkeyes go to their closer in the top of the 8th. Iowa leading 13-9. Here comes the junior righty from Urbandale, Luke Llewellyn.
1-0 on the season with a couple saves. This will be appearance number 20, 2.45 ERA, 22 innings, 12 hits, 8 runs, just 6 of those were earned, 17 walks, 30 strikeouts, opponents hitting 160 off Louis. And see him close this inning out and
Can he be the bright spot of the pitching staff? It hasn't been all poor today, but felt like Iowa had turned a corner in the pitching side of things, just maybe taking a step back today. Thankfully, we've scored 13 runs. Otherwise, we'd be in a lot of trouble.
Well, Whitlock was not his normal super sharp self. He was okay. Simpson deserved better than what his stat line.
I agree with that. Good point.
Wheatley was pretty good until he hurt himself. Yep. 2 walks. You can argue about questionable umpiring, but you still, at the end, you just got to throw strikes wherever the strike zone is. And so now Louis got to finish it up.
That's a good start from Luke. Good to see a strike go across.
I'm surprised none of the umpires have noticed the on-deck weights.
That weight?
6 feet in front of the on-deck circle, and nobody seems to be grabbing it.
It'd be a problem. Hopefully no foul balls over there. A 1 pitch from Llewellyn. Ground ball up the middle. Played nicely by Seegers. He'll throw it on the run. Got the third out. All right, a couple of runs for Ohio State. They tighten it up. It's 13-9 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
All right, bottom of the 8th. Hawks up by 4. 13-9. 9 hits for Iowa, 1 error in the field. Ohio State with 9 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Thankfully, we're going to have some better weather tomorrow.
Are we?
I believe so. No rain, at least the least likely day to have rain. Am I telling lies again, John?
Well,
looks disgusting. We need to get this game in before I see what's coming. I saw that on your radar.
Let's just say it's been a little bit like the strike zone. It's been a little bit of moving around. So, yeah, you're right, though. Now it looks like it's pretty good up until 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So
Sunday's hot as all get out. It's 90-plus on Sunday.
But they've taken most of the rain out until late again. So I think we've got a pretty good chance there.
Now, John, with it being so hot on Sunday, I don't want to hear anything about it being too hot because you've been cold all year.
Oh, I never complain about it being hot.
Really? Okay,
never.
All right. I was going to say, what am I going to say to you if you come in here and say, man, it's so hot?
Nope, won't happen. I will sweat my shoes off and enjoy it.
I don't know that I'd enjoy that.
Well,
Whoa.
You're the one that's got a little bit of a temperature control issue, but boy, is it raining again now all of a sudden.
Oh, boy, it's coming down. We got to get this one in. 1-1 is the count to Peterson. Check swing. He went around 1-2. Just with the way that today has gone, it feels like something crazy might happen in the ninth, doesn't it? Here's a 1-2 pitch that's high and out, ball 2. Ohio State fans and coaches will not be pleased with that one. That one looked good.
No, that was a pretty good pitch, but
here's the 2-2 from Campbell. Line drive, base hit into left for Petey. He's on again. Has he been the player of the game or what offensively for Iowa?
Good piece of hitting there for Petey as he tried to drop the slow curveball down in the zone. Petey stuck with it the whole way. Drilled it out into left field. He's now 3 for 4, 4 RBIs. Couple home runs.
That thing popped out of the hand, didn't it?
Yeah, you can really see that he's got that breaking ball. It's got that just a big high snap on it. If you can identify it, you don't have to go chasing it.
Here comes Honar. First pitch to him, swing and a miss. Healthy cut from Sam, but he missed it.
Yeah, that's an 89-mile-an-hour fastball. That last curveball he threw to Petey was 69.
Wow.
That's almost too big of a differential because you can get fooled and then kind of regroup and still have a chance.
Sam's able to hold off on that one. Fastball low. Boy, you think, 20, 21 miles per hour difference. Isn't that something? And to your point, though, if Iowa hitters are patient like Honar is right there, that's a gapper into right center. That'll bang off the wall out there. Come on, Petey. He's going to lose the helmet. Rounding third. Petey will score. There's some insurance. 14-9, the double from Honar.
The fact that Petey didn't lose it until he rounded third is impressive. That's a
strange night, John.
That's a long time for Petey's helmet to stay on when he's running full speed like that. But, again, as much as gosh, you hate continuing to give up runs. Iowa has had the answer every time. Yep. When you look, every inning that Ohio State has scored in, Iowa has responded in the bottom half of the inning. They haven't always got equal runs, but they've always got runs back, and chance here to get a couple more.
Up by 5. Here is Seegers. There's a strike down the heart of the plate. We see Blake Guerin coming into the on-deck circle. Blake was having a home run derby during batting practice today.
He went over the scoreboard, didn't he?
Yes. No balls and a strike to Michael. The pitch, curveball, outside, ball 1.
Again, the thing with the curveball here is you can see it out of the hand. Campbell's, it has a different trajectory. You've got to notice it quick, but that's the kind of the whole point of these hitters is picking that out as quick as you can.
The 1-1 is a fastball. Oh, that's called a strike. Low outside corner, 1-2.
It was. We just confused at this point.
Yeah. Hodge out there at second. Here comes the 1-2. Michael lines it. Fair ball! Down the line and right. Seegers digging for 2. Honar can jog in. He'll score. Michael's going for another triple. He will slide in there safely. A slip and slide for Seegers. A 3-bagger brings home another. It's 15-9.
Another triple for Siegs as he just painted the line. And I know as shocking as this will be, 2 triples in the game is his career high as well. It's not one you get very often. And boy, as he gets another one, as he doubles his season output, he's up to 4 now, and Blake Guerin will come in to pinch hit.
Look at this for the 8th inning. Peterson singled, then Honar doubled. Seegers tripled. Can Iowa hit for the cycle?
Are you calling your shot? The natural cycle here?
Come on, Blake. Like we've been alluding to all night, it has been an extremely
We're going to take out of these. We might as well go with it.
Odd, weird, funky night in Iowa City. 15-9, Hawks with the lead. Here's big Blake Guerin in the box. First pitch to him. Oh, right down the middle for a strike.
If he hits a home run and Lightning hits one of the light towers, we're just done.
I'm done. I'm walking out. I'm putting the headset down, and I'm leaving.
We're walking out. It's over.
I don't know how Blake took that one. I dare him to throw that again. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball. Called strike. Way high and outside, but it's called a strike. 0-2. We're hyping this up a lot here. Come on, Blake.
Yeah, we sold you big, Blake. Come on now. See it out of his hand.
Here's the pitch.
Oh, all right.
Hanging tough. He fouled it back.
91-mile-an-hour fastball out and over the plate. It's a good pitch, though. A guy that's trying to pull it, you're going to get away from him. That's going to be a hard pitch for Blake to get the barrel on.
Guerin, the freshman from Shoreview, Minnesota, the big first baseman, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Just out in front of that curveball. Guerin goes down on strikes to stop our cycle in the tracks.
He tried to stick with it. Looks like gonna guess the last time the Hawkeye hitter had 2 triples in a game was Zach McCool back in 2010 against Western Illinois.
That's a 13-year record. Back to Moss now. First pitch breaking ball is inside for a ball. It's 15-9 in the 8th. Seegers over there at third with 1 out.
Well, and one of the stats is a Hawkeye to hit triple in consecutive games. So you know how rare the triples are in general.
Right.
But yeah, that was pretty good. DeRiggi, of course, was the last Hawk to hit 2 home runs. Petey matched that, had a chance to tie Huckstorf in his 3 home runs, but settled for just a single.
Here's the 2-0. Cade swings over the top of that one, 2-1.
The Hawks answered the Buckeyes 2 and reestablished the 6-run lead. So
just giving the Buckeyes a pat on the head, saying not so fast, huh? Here's the 2-1. Moss swings and misses at that, 2-2.
not a scoreline you're used to seeing on a Friday night, but here we are.
Boy. I don't have a lot to say, really. I'm really glad that we've scored 15. Here's one on the ground. Eats up the shortstop. Moss is going to reach. Seegers is going to score 16-9.
And that's just that's you play your infield in on wet turf, and it's a tough play. Got on him quick, and freshman shortstop couldn't handle it. I'm sure that'll quickly win as an error.
Yeah, he tried to field it off to the side, too, so it kicked away from him, and then moved behind him too, instead of him bodying it up, taking it in the chest where it doesn't really kick away.
Hey, I'm tired of being the old man waving at a cloud on that one, of getting in front of the ball and taking it.
I guess, yeah. Here is Wilmus back to the top of the order. There's one out in the inning. Hawks up by 7 for, I believe, the third time tonight.
7-2, 9-2, and then 12-4.
Yeah. So we've been up by 7+ 3 times. Hopefully this is for good. Haven't given up the lead since the third, but we've been up by a number today and let Ohio State hang around. But this one feels pretty safe at this point. Knock on wood. The door next to me.
I'd like to think Louis can shut her down from here if he needs to.
Outside strike call on Wilmus, 1-2. How about these Hawkeye fans, John? I mean, they deserve a reward for sticking this one out. First of all, for its duration, for how long it's taken tonight. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. Wilmus goes down on strikes. Ben's frustrated, and he'll head back to the dugout.
Sam Houston State took the lead on Texas Tech in Lubbock.
Wow.
10-9, top of 7.
Doesn't that Texas Tech series feel a little... Look at Sam Houston. They've scored in every single inning. Look at that.
Speaking of strange Friday nights, 10-9, and Sam Houston putting one up everywhere.
Here's Raider Tello. First pitch floats outside to him. You kind of look back at that Texas Tech series, and that's the way it's shaping up. Almost feels like one we'd wish we had back a little bit, We did get the one win, but here's a line drive. Hits off the pitcher. Hit him in the hip. He'll jog over to first and toss Tello out there. Hard connection. Maybe we'll get back to that Texas Tech topic after this. 3 runs come across for Iowa in the 8th. It's 16-9. All right, let's shut this thing down. Top of the 9th coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Top of the 9th, Luke Llewellyn is on to get the final 3 outs. Hawks are up by 7 on Ohio State at 16-9. John, I hope you didn't have any late night Friday plans.
No.
Time to go home after this one.
Yes, it might have been good that I took a nap before I came over. Yeah. I guess it's going to save myself that way. But if you're at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Perfect lead in right there. You nailed it today, John.
I didn't even mean to do it. That worked out great. New second baseman.
All right, Gable Mitchell's into the game. Gable, the freshman, the hometown kid. Any other changes we see out there?
I believe that was it. So the other defensive substitution we'd made in recent games was Frazier into right. But since Frazier was DH, not able to make that move today.
9-1-2. It's Aiden up first. There's a strike from Llewellyn. You see Mitchell in the game at second. Boy, if he were in for a full 9, that jersey would be not as white as it is.
Correct.
Not as clean. That thing would be much like Rader and Duriggi and Seegers. Just got those black marks all over it from diving in the tires that are wet out there.
Yep. Be more of a dingy gray.
Yes. 1-1 pitch from Llewellyn. That's low and out. Ball 2. I expect at least one diving effort by Mitchell.
Yeah.
Gets a ground ball over there just to dirty his jersey a bit.
I'd like to see a strike out the side effort.
Okay, we'll go with that. Here's the 2-1. Well, we're getting closer to that now, 2-2.
I mean, I'm not against a diving play from Gable Mitchell. I'm all for it, but let's just go ahead and make this clean and easy for the fielders and finish it up.
Here's the 2-2. Ground ball foul past the Iowa dugout.
It's kind of what Aiden did the first time when he got the 2 RBIs. Was laid on a pitch and poked it out into right field and drove in a couple runs. And Hawks had he's got such a limited sample. Hawks had a little bit of a shift on him the first time. You see Mitchell in a more traditional second base position this time.
Check swing. Did he go? He did not. Full count. Nice high heater from Llewellyn.
Yeah, I'd like to finish this game in under 3.5 hours.
That'd be great.
Not what a Friday's supposed to be like.
The 3-2. Low and out. Ball 4. All right, how about a ground ball? Still get your 1-2-3 inning that way.
You got to be specific. Right at someone.
Right at somebody. Been a tough game. I mean, 16-9. We're in a pretty good mood, John. But if we pitch like this tomorrow or the next day, might be in a little bit of trouble.
Well, again, double-digit walks again, which
for both teams too. Look at that.
Well, Iowa's walked 10. Ohio State's only walked 9, but they've also hit a batter or 2. So, two hit batters.
Llewellyn can't find the zone on back-to-back pitches. Now it's 2-0.
11 free bases for the Hawks and 12 for
2-0 pitch is a called strike on the inside corner. It's 2-1.
And at this point again, if you're Louis, it's like I don't need a 92 mile an hour fastball. I need batting practice fastball here and see if anybody can hit you.
And so far Lipsy can't. He's now in the count 2-2.
Lipsy's a 217 hitter. He spent some time on base because we've
helped him get there.
We've hit him when we've walked him.
Here's the 2-2 from Llewellyn. Ground ball, right side. This is foul. Would have been a really tough play to turn 2 there, so I think I'm glad it's foul.
Right. All you're going to do if you're Duriggi there is pick it up and touch Lipsy running at you. That's your only out there. But it's not very often you see the team that's losing in the 9th inning have their leadoff hitter come to the plate for the 6th time in the game.
Swing and a miss on the 2-2. He put Lipsy on the elevator with that 12-6, and that's out number 1.
Nice bounce back from Louis. Get another Hawkeye strikeout.
I mean, Ohio State's going with their statistical deal that we talked about so much in pregame. A lot of walks, a lot of strikeouts.
Right. And now if you're Iowa, you need to
take the lead in one of those categories.
Well, and one very specific one. You need Marcus to come out tomorrow and dominate the strike zone and see if you can roll up good strikeouts. And
0-1 pitch from Llewellyn. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
I mean,
I'm excited for Marcus tomorrow.
Not to be a wide-eyed optimist, but I have a better feeling that the last outing was more of the anomaly for Marcus than not. So I really do expect him to be back to the guy we'd seen in the 3 previous starts and had really started to come into his own and dominate the zone. And I look for him to come do that again tomorrow.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Gravelin. Here's the pitch from Llewellyn. Called third strike on the outside corner. Louis got him, and Ohio State's down to their final out.
Quickest walk back to the dugout I've ever seen after a strikeout.
That was a hop and a stride.
He was on the move.
And so that'll bring up Ernst now. He's their last hope. Crowd on their feet. Runner takes off for second without a throw from Moss. That pitch looked excellent from Louis, but called a ball inside. The pitch from Llewellyn, that's in there, 1-1. Big win for Coach Heller today. It'll make tomorrow pretty interesting. It'll bring him 1 win away from a career 1,000 for Coach. Here's the 1-1. This one hit well to right, carrying but going foul. And it's 1-2.
So what you're saying is this is 999?
This would be win 999 of Coach Rick Heller's career. Go for 1,000 tomorrow.
That sounds good.
I can't think of 1,000 things I've really accomplished in my life, let alone win games as a coach. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Llewellyn's ready. Here's the pitch. Called third strike. We got that one. A punch out to beat the Buckeyes in game 1. Took us a while to get there. Hawks win it 16-9.
Took us 3 hours and 23 minutes to get there. That's a heck of a Friday night game, but got it done. That's the important part. Needed the win, got the win. Go for the series win tomorrow.
Yeah, they got your striking out the side, just had to walk to lead things off. So Louis with 3 strikeouts to put the cherry on top of today's 16-9 win. Hawks now 33-11, 9-6 in the Big Ten after tonight's 16-9 victory. All right, we'll be back with post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hawks win it 16-9 over Ohio State, take the series opener, what felt more like a Sunday game, don't you think, John? Not a Friday one.
Yeah, neither team particularly sharp. Wasn't certainly, I guess, in you talking to the Ohio State play-by-play guy before, it feels a little bit like Iowa maybe came down to Ohio State's level, and that's not really. Not really what you want to do if you're the better team. Not really the way you want that to go.
Right. Well, got it done. Glad we scored 16. Not as glad we gave up 9. I expect a little bit of a different performance tomorrow afternoon when we take on Ohio State at 1 o'clock here on Saturday. Should be decent enough weather, and playable and better than this rainy stuff we got going on right now. So looking forward to that tomorrow.
Well, there's no possible way we were going to have a perfect weekend. We just that hasn't been the way our season's
Not
gone.
meant to be.
Yeah, so we get through this one, get the win. Whitlock gets the win, moves to 6-0 on the season. Again, it wasn't his best outing, but again, he's just a winner. Figured out how to get through with less than his best stuff, and turned it over to the bullpen, and Iowa just kind of pieced it together and had enough answers to get the win.
Still going to find a way to shoot off these fireworks tonight. The crowd's sticking around with the rain coming down. I don't know how that works, but as if this game didn't have enough fireworks, huh, John?
Well, yeah, it's Hawks hit 3 home runs, 2 from Sam Peterson, DeRiggi with the grand slam. Good show all around.
Hawks win it 16-9. We'll take a break. We come back. We'll be joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa beats Ohio State tonight in the series opener 16-9, a high-scoring affair. We're joined now by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, your thoughts on the win tonight?
Well, it wasn't pretty. Maybe as an offensive guy, it was a little pretty. It was just one of those nights. The rain probably 2/3 of the game. Probably what leads to a little bit of the free base stuff that you were seeing on the mound. But I thought overall we just battled really well. Obviously, it was a good night offensively. I think we ended up with seven extra base hits, PD a couple homers. Rig with the big blow to get us really going with the granny was big. And then we just kind of added. We answered every one of the innings that they scored runs. We answered back. Not always exactly what they had scored, but we did something back. And so we just kind of kept that distance between us. And you needed it on a night that was a little offensive and pitchers were having trouble finding the strike zone.
John and I talked about it just to that point right there where, they scored quite a bit towards the end, but we just kept on them the whole time. You got to be proud of that.
Absolutely. Guys didn't give bats away at any point. We really executed at a high level. We won a bunch of 3-2 counts, and we just had some big hits. We had some home runs that really got us going, and again, the extra base hits. Anytime you're going to get 7 in a game, you're going to score some runs, and so that was really good to see. And just at bats, everybody up and down. Kate had a great night on base a bunch of times. Everybody did something, which was good to see. So that's all you can ask in that situation, and just really good to get a Friday win.
I don't know if anybody's going to do this for you, Coach, but give yourself some credit with the scouting report that you had to do with Ohio State changing their pitchers on you like that.
Yeah, and I don't think it was intentional. I just think they kind of had some sickness running through them, and they had to switch it up. I don't think that they probably. I think they probably wanted to throw one of the guys they wanted to throw, and it just didn't work that way. So, credit to the guys of just doing a really good job of being prepared, and thought they really did a really nice job with the starter and then did a really nice job on the relievers they brought in. So just really good job by them, and we'll see a good arm tomorrow, and you just got to be ready to go. We talk about this all the time. It's like it never gets easier. Like it takes what it takes every single day, and you don't get to come tomorrow with less focus and get it done. It takes that every single day. And just been fun to go to the ballpark with this group because that's the type of attitude and things they've done, which is great to see, and that's why they're in the position they are right now, because of their ability to show up every day.
I don't know how much I'm going to ask Coach Heller about it tomorrow, but a pretty important game for him in his career.
Yeah,
with
was
1,000.
this was 1,000?
No. This was 999. Tomorrow will be 1,000.
Okay, I mean, he'll be the first to tell you he doesn't think any about that, and he doesn't. And I think he'd be the first to tell you on that side of it too. Is it's just about a lot of great players, a lot of great people that he's been lucky enough to coach with, and all those types of things. But it just says a lot about who he is as a coach, and guys usually when they get to 1,000 are like 70. Coach Heller's not even 60 yet, and got his first job when he was 22 years old, and just how he's continued to build his career and leave every place that he was at in a better place, and then get to a new place and create a great culture and great team. So I've been lucky enough to be a part of a lot of them, and hopefully a lot more. Yeah. And for his sake, hopefully we get it tomorrow and we don't have to think about it much more. But again, it's not something you think about as a coach. You just prepare your guys and just enjoy watching them go out and compete.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
Thanks,
Let's
John.
go get one tomorrow.
All right.
Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our postgame show from Dwayne Banks. Hawks win it 16-9. The lights are out at the baseball stadium, making things a little bit interesting for us. The fireworks show going on in the rain. We'll wrap things up with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Iowa beats Ohio State in the series opener 16-9, improving to 33-11 overall, 9-6 in the Big Ten. Let's relive some of the highlights from tonight's victory. All right, the Hawkeyes have a chance here with runners at the corners and one out. Bottom of the first, we're scoreless for now. Here's Kyle Hucksdorf, squares to bunt, puts it down the third baseline. Here comes Wilmus. He'll score, throw to first, not in time. Hucksdorf beats it out. As this one is hit to third, Tello will step on the bag at third, throw across to first for the double play. A run will score for Ohio State to tie us up at 1, but a good play there by Tello. Here's the 3-1 pitch to DeRiggi. In the air, deep to center. Center fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Brennan DeRiggi. Grand slam. Boom. 1-0 pitch to Peterson. He drives this one. High fly ball to left. Carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sam Peterson. Boom.
Petey with 3 runs driven in today.
Very solid day as he crushes this one high and deep to left. Left fielder going back. He's at the wall, and he lost it. It's over the wall. It's a home run for Sam Peterson. A solo shot to left. You got to work a different angle on the throw as well as Seegers flares this into right center. This one could be trouble. It is down for a base hit and all the way to the wall. Here comes Honar. He'll score. Seegers heading for third as he's got a triple to bring home another Hawkeye run. It's 12-4. Hodge out there at second. Here comes the 1-2. Michael lines it. Fair ball! Down the line and right. Seegers digging for 2. Honar can jog in. He'll score. Michael's going for another triple. He will slide in there safely. A slip and slide for Seegers. A 3-bagger brings home another. It's 15-9. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Llewellyn's ready. Here's the pitch. Called third strike. We got that one. A punch out to beat the Buckeyes in game 1. Took us a while to get there. Hawks win it 16-9. And that puts Coach Heller one win away from 1,000. He can get it tomorrow if Iowa beats Ohio State in the Saturday game. Scheduled for first pitch at 1 o'clock here at Duane Banks. Our pregame coverage will start on the Hawkeye Radio Network at 12:30. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Hawkeye baseball today. For my great board op down the line, Michael, thank you. Great job as always, Michael. My broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Duane Banks. Iowa 16, Ohio State 9. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.